So today we will get going around 10:30. We'll have a bit of a break and then lunch, but we have a very full day, and we're looking forward. I know you're all looking forward to much discussion on this very important document for our community. So I'd like to start with a land acknowledgement.
Thank you, through you, sir. The lands we know today as the Township of Centre Wellington have been home to Indigenous peoples since time immemorial. We acknowledge that we are on the treaty lands and the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe and the Haudenosaunee. With increasing encroachment by non-Indigenous settlers in the Township of Centre Wellington, the Anishinaabe and the Haudenosaunee could not continue their traditional lifestyle and settled into their villages along the Credit River and in the Grand River Valley. These Indigenous nations uphold their treaty rights within our jurisdiction. Today, the Township of Centre Wellington remains home to Indigenous peoples from across Turtle Island. We are grateful to have the opportunity to share and to respect Mother Earth, and we are committed to building a constructive and a cooperative relationship with Indigenous nations.
Thank you, Councillor Evoy. Disclosure of pecuniary interests, addendums and corrections to the agenda. None. Disclosures of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Yes, Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. I do not have a conflict of interest, but in the interest of full transparency, I wanted to comment on report number 11.3, the contribution agreement from IPA Power to the Township of Centre Wellington. As this is not a land use planning issue, it was strictly a conversation between the Township and IPA. I do not have a conflict as MHBC was not involved in this agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilton. Consent items. Consent agenda items are considered routine in nature and are voted on collectively. However, any member of council may request one or more items to be removed from the consent agenda for separate discussion and or action. So I'll read the recommendation that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington approve consent agenda items 5.1 and 5.2. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Adams, seconder on that. Councillor Wilton, any further comments or discussions? Seeing none, all those in favor? That is so moved. Thank you. Okay, now we go down to item number 6, budget. 2026 preliminary draft capital budget report from Adam McNabb. Welcome, Adam.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. The report before you today provides the first look at the 2026 preliminary draft capital budget as prepared by staff and seeks council endorsement to incorporate this into the comprehensive 2026 budget, which will also be prepared by staff and presented to council later this year. Also included in your agenda package is a link to the 2026 major capital project storyboard that has been prepared to provide a high-level information regarding some of the key projects identified by staff in preparing the 2026 preliminary draft capital budget being considered here today. Additional information will be shared at a future pre-budget meeting currently scheduled for October 27th, which is expected to contain any changes to the 2026 draft capital budget since this meeting, the 10-year bridge and major culvert plan, the 2027 to 2035 capital forecast, if complete, a projection of debt requirements and a calculation of debt capacity and repayment limits, again, if complete, the results of the public engagement survey, and any other budget-related matters that are ready to be considered by council at that time. And with your permission, Mayor Waters, I'd now like to share my screen and begin the walkthrough of the key project storyboard. Then I'll turn it over to your Deputy Treasurer, who will take us through the 2026 preliminary draft capital budget in greater detail. So without further ado, similar to prior years, we'll take this kind of section by section and we'll begin the discussion with the plans and studies segment. And off the bat first would be the new housing action plan. And with that, I'll turn it over to CAO Wilson.
Thanks, Adam. Through the mayor, this capital project is coming off of our discussion recently on the housing needs assessment. That was a required report that we did a couple of months ago and had a discussion with council on that. We promised a further report with council, which is coming at the end of this month. So this is really a placeholder until we have a chance to talk about the results of the HNA with council. But this is looking at defining our role in the housing crisis that is going on right now, and determining what our next steps are as a township to address housing in Center Wellington. So there'll be more on this at the end of September with a comprehensive report on next steps after the housing needs assessment, but putting this in as a placeholder at this time.
Dan. The next item is the Enterprise Resource Planning System, including HR and health and safety. Earlier this year, Council had endorsed the issuance of a request for information to determine market availability and functionality of a software system to replace the township's current financial software, which is reaching end of life. The information gathered as part of the RFA process has indicated that advancements in technology since the last implementation have provided the opportunity to unify many standalone, fragmented, or underperforming systems into a new, more robust product offering that consolidates many of the functions into one. It is anticipated that a full ERP design and implementation will necessitate a fulsome investigation of township needs and will require a significant amount of time and resources to successfully implement. This project provides initial funding to enable the documentation of a detailed technical requirements document to facilitate a marketing of the request for proposal, initial award, and project kickoff in 2026. And with that, I'm happy to field any questions that council may have with regards to this particular project.
Can you, through you, Mayor Waters, thank you. Can you elaborate more on why the need in this year's budget? And I'm seeing, an HR package that normally is used for large facilities. And so I'm not sure that's necessary at this point. So if you could elaborate more on it, that'd be great.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councilor McDonald, and through you, Mayor Waters. The necessity is effectively borne by the fact that our existing financial systems are reaching end of life. We have runway through to the end of 2029 currently. However, as I'm sure you can appreciate, enterprise resource planning systems of this magnitude that we're considering, and we're looking to future-proof for the organization, understanding that we'll be going through some fairly significant growth or forecast to go through significant growth over the coming years. So we're hoping to right-size the replacement, understanding that we would like to do this once and have a lasting system that will take us well into the future. That said, the budget as presented through the 2026 budget gives us opportunity to really do a deep dive into our existing systems and document such that we can take it to market in a fulsome way to ensure that we're getting the right product for the organization at this time. And with that, again, appreciating that we are going to be growing as an organization, we do have some shortfalls, especially around our HR needs currently, where we don't have definitive systems that provide us the level of information that we're hoping to attain. So with this, again, I think H&R is drawn out here, but it's part of a much more fulsome organizational system that will provide us opportunities across the organization to provide us the information that we need in a fulsome and meaningful way in real time and provide a single source of the truth.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you. I think you answered. So it was would be combining 3 existing systems now would be the intention. And then the other quick question was just how many, if I could get a reminder of how many full-time staff we have, which I know is difficult because some are office and some are out, but.
No, thank you for the question. I think it's going to span far beyond just 3 systems internally. We're going to look at kind of the existing systems that we have across the organization to see where there's opportunity to sort of integrate to drive the most bang for the buck. So while it will be more expensive as a standalone unit, we expect that there will be some efficiencies and cost savings longer term as we kind of consolidate the existing kind of fragmented systems as I've alluded to in the past. And in terms of the number of full-time employees on an average basis. I would be guessing at this point, but perhaps I could defer to CIO Wilson for some insight on that front.
Through Mayor Waters, I know in grand total, we have anywhere from 350 to 400 staff, and that's full-time, part-time, seasonal at any given time, depending on the season. If I were to guess at the number of full-time staff, it's probably in the 150 to 200 range, but I can get HR to confirm that.
Councillor Evoy.
Through you, Mayor. Thank you. And thank you, Adam. With 350 to 400 employees, I personally thoroughly respect and appreciate the work that your team is doing to make sure that we are future-proof. To your point, we cannot run an effective business without the people to run it. So thank you for taking the time to put this together.
Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Waters. This type of package is normally in a facility of 2,000 or more employees. So can you elaborate more on the forecast that you're speaking about of how many employees you feel this will cover?
Thank you for the question. I'm not certain that I've got a definitive in terms of what the growth forecast would be from a staffing complement perspective. However, appreciating that we are expected to grow to, 58,000 in population by 2051. That's almost a doubling of our current population within the confines of Centre Wellington. That said, I wouldn't expect our staff complement to grow on a one-for-one basis with that. But I would suggest that as a growing organization, understanding that we do have some shortfalls, having some of this additional functionality will position us well into the future to facilitate said growth.
Thank you. Through Mayor Waters, through our research in coming to this point on an ERP system, we know that municipalities our size and even smaller than us are implementing ERP systems, and we'll have to be flexible in terms of what pieces of the system we want to bring in to accommodate our needs. But obviously, human resources and financial are the top two at this point. We are of an appropriate size to put an ERP system in place.
Councillor McDonald.
For follow-up, Mayor, thank you, CEO Wilson. I'm okay with adding on packages as see fit, but this is a big ask for, software changes yearly. This might not be available in 2051. You're assuming that this software will be available. So that's where I'm having a hard time with that. I understand the HR packages, and I don't think that part is necessary now. That is my opinion. But I'm just wondering if we could reduce this in a little bit with the packages you're trying to add on.
Through Mayor Waters, we're definitely going to customize based on our need. This is just the starting point, and we'll get into our actual need as we analyze this further into 2026. And if we need to report back to council on that need, we can do that. But I would like to say from an HR perspective, while we have 350 to 400 staff, which I would call fairly significant, we are doing over 100 recruitments every single year manually without the use of a system through Excel documents, Word documents, and that is taking a significant amount of time. And we see that an HR system can greatly improve our efficiencies in this area.
Any other comments, questions as it relates to this item? Okay. Move along there, Adam. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Waters. We'll transition now to the Parks and Recreation. And we will begin with the Sportsplex Grounds Plan and Land Site Development Study.
Okay, sorry, you caught me. I was having a little snooze there. Any comments or questions? Yes, Councillor McDonald.
That was an outstanding report. Thank you.
All 3 lines.
There's not much to add yet until we get into the studies.
Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Thank you, Pat. Just curious the level of detail that this study would get into in terms of the actual layout of design, in terms of where soccer pitches might go and trails, and how we'd kind of connect to the broader community, because right now it's out there a little bit to get the access. So just curious how much deep a dive this is, or if it's still fairly high level, which is fine too. So just curious. Thank you.
That's a great question. Once we have done the topographical survey and all the natural environmental assessment requirements and understand the land better, there's some protected areas in that space. So once we have that done, then I foresee that a consultant would actually start to lay out exactly where, our next 9 soccer fields and 6 pickleball courts, but also inclusive of the sportsplex lands as well. So where would everything go out is a high level. It is not construction documents. It's not, getting into those kinds of details, but we do know how large specific facilities likely will take, how much parking will be needed and such. So it's a high level concept plan for this council and the public also to have some say in, but we need something to look at first so we can have comment.
Any other comments or questions for Pat? Okay, thank you, Pat. Over to you, Adam.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Transitioning now to the roads and bridges segment, and we'll begin with active transportation intersection improvements.
Yes, good morning, everybody. So just a quick run through some of the projects here. So as you know, we completed our active transportation mobility plan in 2025. From that study, there were a number of short-term recommendations, many of which were improvements to intersections and active transportation. So we've got a whole list of projects, kind of sub-projects under this category here. One of them is, so we're looking at our controlled pedestrian crossings. One is located at O'Brien Park in Elora on Water Street. Currently what we refer to as a level D crossing with just the signs and the paint, and we're going to upgrade that to a level C, which would include the push buttons and the flashing lights, which based on the warrants at that location would be a safer configuration, so that will be an upgrade. We have talked about it past meetings. Again, some of the short-term recommendations of the plan. One of them was to implement a new controlled pedestrian crossing of Irvine Street at David Street at the location of St. Mary's School in Elora. That project will be moving ahead next year. On Side Road 18 in Fergus, near the intersection with Vincent Street, we will be installing a new Type C controlled pedestrian crossing at that location. And this is with the opening of the new school, the Grand River School, that the students from that community, Strathleigh, are going to be going to that school. And we wanted to provide them with a safe way of crossing Side Road 18 to get to the sidewalk on the south side of Side Road 18. We also have the installation of full traffic signals at the intersections of BD Line, Millage Lane, Elliott Ave, BD Line, Side Road 18, and Farley Road. And that's it for those projects under that category. Thank you.
Comments, questions? Councillor Walton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters, and thank you, Adam. I just had a question. It's not in the list that you just provided, but in the broader budget. So I'm jumping ahead maybe to stealing Mark's thunder, but on Cameron Street, St. Andrew Street East to Garifrax Street East, you have that listed as under active transportation improvements, and I just wasn't sure what exactly was included in that.
Yeah, No, thanks for the question, Councillor Wilton. So through the mayor, we're going to be, we had a major resurfacing planned on Cameron Street. So that's milling the surface asphalt and repaving it. So Cameron Street was identified as an active transportation route in the plan. So we thought, well, here's an opportunity to make some improvements on Cameron Street. We haven't totally scoped out what those are going to be yet, but we thought while we're there doing capital works anyways, is there an opportunity to enhance active transportation? And this is kind of the philosophy of the active transportation plan is as these opportunities present themselves, we're going to pursue them. So we're still scoping that out.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Any other comments that was related to his presentation? Yes, Councillor Evelyn.
Thank you. Question, sorry, just to clarify through you, sir, just to clarify, C is without lights, D is with lights, or did I mishear that?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Councillor Evelyn. It's a bit counterintuitive. So D is without lights, C is with lights.
Oh, great.
So as you go D, C, B, A, you have more.
My mistake. In that case, I'm celebrating the one on Side Road 18 by the schools. In a perfect world, we would have a push button and lights in front of every school. So I appreciate that we're working towards safer roads for our kids. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Evoy. Any other comments or questions as it relates to Adam's presentation here? Okay. Thank you, Adam. And we'll pass it over to Adam.
Yep, thank you, Mayor Waters. Just transitioning down the list to the left-hand side now. We're now on to active transportation, sidewalk wayfinding, and signage improvements.
Okay, I'm going to be up here for a bit. You're going to get tired of me speaking, but yeah, okay. So again, following on the recommendations of the active transportation plan, we have some improvements that have been recommended. One of them is a wayfinding and signage strategy. So we heard through consultation with that plan that people are following the trail system. They maybe get into Fergus and they get a bit lost in terms of where it goes, in terms of the Elora Cataract Trail, how to get to the Trestlebridge Trail, how it all connects. So one of the things we're going to be doing is we're going to be developing a wayfinding and signage strategy. We've already had some great discussions with like RTO4, who might be able to support this or partner with us in this. And yeah, we've heard from the community this is something that they want. So we'll be pursuing that strategy. Sidewalk improvements. So we have an annual sidewalk inspection repair program, and this kind of dovetails with the recommendations of the active transportation plan. We're trying to enhance our level of service for sidewalks. So we'll be identifying deficiencies in the sidewalk network and correcting some of those next year also. Thank you.
Comments, questions, Councillor Evoy.
Again, a question through you, sir. With regard to wayfinding and signage, do we have a plan to connect parking for those people? Because I know people don't know where to park when they want to head onto the trails. So is that part of the upcoming plan?
Yes, thanks, Councillor Evoy. Absolutely. We're trying to connect destinations. So, if people are parking to access the trail system, from there, where do they go? We want to provide signage directing people towards the commercial areas and the downtowns to help them kind of, find these spots they want to stop along the way. But parking will be part of that.
Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters, it's just a comment. I appreciate you connecting with RTO4, and we've worked with them several times in the past, and they are a great way to get tourism connecting with our active transportation plan. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions for Adam as it relates to this item? Okay, please proceed.
Keep going. Okay, thanks, Adam. All right, so now we're on to Bridge Work 2026. So as is the case every year, we have a busy program lined up for our bridges, which includes a mix of replacements and rehabilitations. So Bridge 1E, located on the 7th line in former Aramasa Township, just north of Side Road 30, we have a major rehabilitation project planned there. Bridge 30P, located in Pilkington on Side Road 5, was recommended for removal without replacement in a municipal Class A we did a couple of years ago. So we'll be just kind of tidying that one up, removing it, constructing turnarounds so that our winter maintenance vehicles can operate effectively there. We have plans to do detailed engineering design and permitting for the replacement of Bridge 29WG, located in West Scare for access Side Road 15, between first line and second line. That bridge is still subject to an EA, which is in process, but it's looking like one of the recommendations coming out of that EA will be to replace that bridge. So that is to be confirmed, but we have placed some budget aside to get started next year. We have detailed engineering design and permitting to replace Bridge 28P, located on Side Road 11 in Pilkington, between 8th Line West and 3rd Line West. This was another bridge that was part of that EA that we did a couple of years ago, and it was recommended for replacement. So we'll be proceeding with the detailed engineering design and permitting to get that done. Structure 4N, located on Side Road 11 in Nickel, east of County Road 7. We have a minor rehabilitation project there. Another minor rehabilitation project of Structure 7N, located in Side Road 5 in Nickel Township, east of County Road 7 also. Those are all the projects included in that category. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Councillor Adams.
Thank you. Through you. Since we're starting budget time, and bridges are always like a big part of that, I was wondering if you could just kind of, again, high level, do an overview again of like how many bridges we have in Center Wellington, how many are closed, and are we on track with our bridge replacement program?
Okay, thank you, Councillor Adams. You have Councillor Wilton. There you go. They threw me off for a second there. Yeah. Okay. Okay. There we go. Okay. Hi. Yeah. All right. Nice. Yeah. Just testing. Yeah. So many things going through the mind up here. Sometimes you don't want to call somebody by the wrong name, and so appreciate that you're keeping staff sharp this morning, messing around with us. Anyways, Councillor Adams, it's a great question. So yeah, you're going to put me on the spot a little bit here in terms of the numbers. I believe it's 113 structures. I can't recall the number that are closed. It's kind of changing every year. I think in terms of is the program on track, I would say that we are. I would say that in the last couple of years, we're seeing the kind of the replacement. Not in the last couple of years, I would say since the dedicated capital levy was brought into place, we're starting to get ahead. And I think, we're in a place now where it's, sustainable for the most part. And we seem to be replacing bridges at the same rate that we're having to close them or do major rehabilitation on them.
Councillor Evo, and then
sorry, I know that you want to go on. Just very quickly, through you, sir, with regards to some of the accommodations that we're making, whilst certain ones are being closed, I think that I really want to take a minute and say I appreciate it. We have to do better for our farmers who count on those bridges to get to and from work, and I appreciate the effort that our team is putting forth to make that happen.
Councillor McDonald.
To your Mayor Waters, thank you for that, and thank you for really acknowledging that previous councils that put the levy in place led us up to this point where we're covered. So thank you.
Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Just a quick question for clarification for Bridge 29 WG. So you say that this year, this 200,000, I think it is scheduled for the detailed engineering design, and then would that be replaced possibly in 2027, do you think? Or
Yeah, thanks for the question, Councillor Wilton, through the mayor. So in 2027, we do have budget in the 10-year to replace that structure. So again, we'll get through the EA. We'll confirm that the preferred alternative is to replace that structure. Then we'll get the detailed design and permitting done in 2026. And then currently in the 10-year, we have budget allocated to replace it in 2027.
Great. Thank you very much.
Any other comments or questions for Adam? Okay, continue on.
Okay, so following along in the theme of bridge work, so we have planned for next year construction budget to replace what we refer to as the Noah Road culverts. So these two structures are currently closed. They're located on Noah Road between the 8th line and the boundary with Woolwich Township. And so it's two structures located very close to each other. And so we are currently finishing up the detailed design and permitting work for those structures, and they're planned to be tendered for replacement next year.
Comments, questions from council? Okay, continue on.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Waters. So we have a plan for a major pavement rehabilitation next year on the 6th Line East between County Road 21 and Side Road 10. So this will include removal and pulverization of the full depth of existing pavement and replacement with new asphalt paving. Thank you.
Any comments? Yes, Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. I was just wondering about like a timeline. Like, do you know when this will be starting and how long this project would take? Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Jefferson. So through the mayor, so we typically lump a bunch of paving projects together in one contract that we refer to as our annual paving contract. And we do that to get better pricing because we're typically doing paving in multiple areas in any given year. This project will be the biggest piece of that combined contract. We try to get that contract out to market in the March, April timeframe, and then get them all constructed in the summer months when the weather's warmer and it's more ideal for paving. So hard to say exactly when it will be constructed, but I would guess that it will be in the summer or early fall of next year.
Any other comments or questions for Adam? Okay, seeing none, go ahead there, Adam.
Okay, so finally in the Roads and Bridges series of projects, we have the reconstruction of Smith Street in Elora between David Street and Henderson Street. So this is a full reconstruction project, replacement of the underground infrastructure and reconstruction of the road with new storm sewers and curb and gutter and a replacement of a sidewalk that's located there. So there will be some changes to the streetscape to accommodate the sidewalk, and this is also a route that was identified through our active transportation plan as being a neighborhood quiet street. So we'll look at kind of building some traffic calming features into the design of the reconstructed road. Thank you.
Comments, questions for council? Okay, seeing none.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to the water and wastewater section now. Thank you.
Good morning. So we've got a few projects here. I'm going to kind of tag team this with Dino and Jerry as well. But to start things off, we have a water main replacement project in Fergus, so Douglas Crescent in Fergus. It's just kind of connects to Orfar Street. It requires a water main replacement. We've had several breaks over the years on that water main, so that's the main driver. There's going to be some portions of the sanitary sewer replaced as part of that project, but really the street will look very similar when it's done. New asphalt, of course. Curbs will be staying kind of where they are, but the primary driver for this project is the water main replacement. Very similar, we did a project on Hill Street a few years ago where it was a similar thing where the water main was replaced, asphalt reinstated, and curbs kind of remaining in place. So happy to field any questions on that project.
Thank you, Colin. Yes, Councillor Evoy.
Thank you through you, sir. Thanks for this. It's always great to have a heads up for something as positive but potentially disruptive as something like this. This is in, you said budget year 26. Do we have a closer idea to what that looks like?
Yeah, through the mayor. So so it'll be part of our capital program for next year, and kind of similar to what Adam was referring to. Our typical cadence in a year would be tendering early in the year, probably January, February, March. With a summer construction period. So yeah, probably summer, fall construction.
Great. Thanks, Colin.
Any other comments or questions for Colin as it relates to this? Okay, continue on.
Okay, so I'm going to bring Jerry up to talk about the Fergus wastewater plant.
Morning. So one of the projects we're going to look forward to next year would be the Fergus aeration basin rehabilitation. So right now, we would replace the 2 aging blowers that are at the Fergus wastewater treatment plant, upgrade the existing aeration system from a 10-inch diffuser to a 9-inch fine air diffuser. This will improve the oxygen transfer efficiency, reduce energy costs, and enhance biological treatment performance. Overall, the new system will boost reliability, reduce maintenance needs, and deliver more consistent treatment outcomes. One of the good news stories of this, we also did receive a Save on Energy grant of about $40,000 for our blowers. So we'll be able to use that toward this project. The next one is the Fergus Headworks. We're kind of have a theme with Fergus right now. So this is to replace the aging bar rake at the Fergus wastewater treatment plant. It's beyond life as well. It also will replace the conveyor and adding a washer compactor that improves screenings, removal efficiency. This also includes relocating the grit bin, installing a second bar rake, and eliminating the bypass channel to better protect downstream processes. The existing equipment has passed its service life, creating inefficiencies and high maintenance needs. Overall, these upgrades will improve removal efficiencies, enhance reliability, strengthen downstream protection, and ensure a consistent, compliant treatment. In a nutshell, the bar rake lets a lot of stuff into the plant that we can actually remove it at the front of the plant to improve everything. So those are the 2 projects.
Okay, comments, questions for Jerry that way? Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Just for question for clarification, with our 2026 capital budget highlights that we did, like 2025, one of the things was the Fergus wastewater treatment plant dewatering pit upgrades. Does that fall into one of these 2 projects, or are these 2 projects something separate and this is not being done? Sorry.
Through you, Mayor, thank you for the question. That is a separate project totally from these 2 projects, the dewatering pit. So that is essentially a project to allow us to offload our vac truck contents when we're flushing the sewer systems or anything like that. So that is, I think it's deferred to 26. Okay, yeah. So it's top of 26. So that would be a different project altogether.
Okay, any other comments or questions for Jerry as it relates to these items? Okay, thank you.
Transition now to the water meter modernization project. Dino.
Good morning, through you, Mayor. Council was introduced to this project last year. It's been funded over 2 years, 2025 and 2026, as it spans, the project itself spans between the 2 years. The project is intended to replace approximately 4,700 original water meters that were installed, again, approximately 22 years ago. They're past service life. Our batteries are well past service life. In addition to that, the hard water in our community causes them to lose some accuracy. So we recognize there's some unaccounted for loss, not only in volume, but also in revenue.
Okay, Councillor Evoy.
Thank you. Through you. Good news that we're replacing 4,700 old units. Can our residents expect to see those numbers go up because of these inaccuracies? I just want to make sure that nobody is surprised all of a sudden, or do you anticipate it going down? Like, what has been your so far, what has been the trend, that we're under-reporting or over-reporting?
Yeah, great question. And through you, Mayor, residents will see a small increase. There is a small percentage, it's about 5% of unaccounted for loss we attribute to these older meters. And as they become more accurate, that 5% is 5% less from the hardness, not 5% more. They very rarely, if never in my career have I seen a meter over-register, but they do typically under-register, yes.
And just as a follow-up, then will we be giving a heads up so that our residents aren't surprised all of a sudden that their bills are going up?
Yes, there's a very comprehensive communication plan included not only through the RFP, but also the township will be working with internally to ensure that residents are well informed. It is admittedly, we're in people's homes, 4,700 people's homes, so there does need to be a good communication completed through this project.
Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters. I appreciate the loss considering how hard the water is. We all deal with hard water, especially here in Elora, Salem. And I think I've never had a complaint about the hard water, except that everyone that lives here knows how to deal with it. But it's great water. So if this is one of the things that we have to take on, then that's okay for me. And I appreciate the communication effort. My water meter went and I was still sound asleep, but you guys were at my door. I think it was 7:30 in the morning because nothing was registering. So I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any further comments or questions from council that relates to these items? Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
And the last item within the water and wastewater section is the water supply projects, F2 well additional capacity and well area 7 detailed design. Colin.
Okay, so we've got two projects here. So well F2 is on St. Andrew Street. You can see it on the map there over closer to Gart Shore. So the capital project here is to construct a new well house at St. Andrew Street. And so Adam's team is leading the detailed design of that facility currently. And so the capital project here is to proceed with the construction of that facility. So the second project included here is the detailed design of a new well house at area, what we refer to as Area 7. Area 7 is located, you can kind of see it on the map there. It's on Side Road 15 between Geary Road and BD Line. And so we've done some test drilling at that site. We have a very productive test well there. So we're proceeding, we'd like to proceed with the detailed design of the new well facility there. So that's the purpose of this capital project. Happy to answer any questions.
Comments or questions, Councillor Evoy?
Apologies for so many questions to you. So much of this is happening in my ward, so I just want a little more clarity, but thank you. With regards to these buildings, or specifically the one on St. Andrew Street, what is the anticipated disruption level to the people in the area?
Yeah, for sure. Through the mayor. So, yeah, there'll be like typical disruptions. We've been in close contact with the residents in that area from previous testing. So we're talking to them. I think we're in a residential area, right? So this well, kind of from an architectural standpoint, will need to really fit in with the neighborhood aesthetic, right? So I think that's going to be the key kind of mitigating factor that we'll need to work into the project. Make sure it's something that adds to the look and feel of that neighborhood, not detracts from it, if you know what I mean. So, and then. Typically, other impacts, kind of the noise, the dust, that stuff will have standard mitigation, in our contracts when we get to that phase. Yeah, for sure.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you. This actually a different question, but still with water and wastewater. The $6.8 million grant we just got for the water main replacement for the South Fergus area. Is that on our capital budget? I just not seeing it. I'm just wondering how that's fitting in.
I can start. So that one is in our budget as service financing agreement. So it has that SFA acronym. And so what the approach is now that we have the grant, there's still a portion of that project to the tune of around 2.8 million or something that still needs to be funded, right? So we're working with the landowners in South Fergus to come up with the financing for that, the balance of that. So So once we establish that, that'll be a future report to council with kind of the funding identified, secured, and then kind of approved by council at that point.
Any other comments or questions as it relates to this item? Okay, move ahead, please.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Waters. We'll transition now to the last segment, which is facilities. And the first project for discussion would be the Bellwood Hall accessibility design and renovation.
Morning, everyone. Obviously, everyone's seen this project many times come through here. So we are asking for a top up to continue to move forward with this project. It obviously is at end of life cycle, and there's many areas that are deteriorating, and the AODA compliance that we're looking at addressing. Just to update staff, we have recently submitted an ease grant for the opportunity for $60,000. We're also in the finalization for the ROD program, which we're hopeful to send off in September, and we're still actively seeking other community partners in this project. Yeah.
Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters, and thank you, Casey. I'm a fan of the project. So I'm just curious, I know this is probably a top up already, but it's still going to fall short of what the total project cost estimate is, I think. Could you just maybe explain?
Yeah, sure. Hopefully this would cover our projected project cost. We are hopeful to receive a Class B budget very soon, which will give us even a better, more accurate detail on what that will involve. And we hope to bring that back to council as well when we receive that. And so there'll be another report coming soon.
Okay, great. I just don't want to see us it's going to cause disruption to close the building. So I want to make sure we can do all the things at once to make sure we just do it right.
Yeah, and I think our goal is to complete the full scope of what we brought forward in the past.
Perfect. Okay, great. Thank you. I look forward to the future report then.
Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Waters. Are you looking for sponsorship agreements with this to come on board?
Yes, staff are approaching some people and trying to get some community partners and some big community partners as part of this, yes, to help reduce this amount.
Any further comments or questions from council? Seeing none, okay, we'll move on to the next item.
And another project that council is intimately familiar with, but the corporate operations facility.
Thanks, Adam. Through the mayor. We have begun construction on the corporate operations facility. We had our groundbreaking ceremony earlier this year. It's very exciting. The construction is progressing very well. Most of the earthworks have been completed on site. We've installed a lot of the underground piping on site and also working on construction of the stormwater pond. Staff will be returning to council in October with a more fulsome update on the progress of construction, and it is our intent to come to council approximately every 2 months with an update on the construction going forward. So we'll be back in October. Thank you.
Comments or questions, Councillor Wilton?
Thank you. Thank you, Adam. Just curious if there's going to be some public communication about the progress on the construction. So sort of like little updates on Connect CW or something like that public can easily access and find out what's going on and see what's happening there.
Yeah, thanks very much, Councillor Wilton. So through the mayor, yes, very, very good point, very good idea. So we have kind of a whole communication strategy we're developing, and so it's all going to kind of go together. We'll have the council updates where there'll be an information package with some a presentation with some pictures on the progress. We'll then be uploading that to the project website as more of like a public-facing progress report, and we can also complement that with posts to social media and kind of amplify it that way.
Any other comments or questions for Adam as it relates to this item? Okay, please proceed.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. And the last within the facilities segment is the Sportsplex Roof A and E, which would be the pool roof and streetscape.
Morning. Through Mayor Waters, we're looking at 2 roof replacements at the Sportsplex. Adam mentioned one over the pool roof. So the pool roof, we had a moisture survey done, and about 81% of the roof has moisture in it. So We really for repair, it's beyond repair, so we have to do a full replacement there. And with it, it's just the environment. And when we look at redoing the roof, we're going to look at better ventilation just to help prolong the life of the roof. And the other roof, it's over the streetscape, which is the main spine of the Sportsplex. It's a 29-year-old roof. There's lots of different leaks. And again, it's beyond any maintenance. We've done maintenance on this roof over time, but it's past that point now.
Thank you. Matt, comments, questions from council? Okay, seeing none, please continue.
Well, thank you, Mayor Waters. That effectively brings us to a close of the key projects in the storyboard component. So with that, I will just transition here to another share, and I'll have your Deputy Treasurer, Mark Brady, walk us through the 2026 preliminary draft capital budget.
All right, thank you, Adam. Through your Mayor Waters. Okay, so the document in front of you here, very similar to what we've provided for many years in the past. We have added one new column, and I will take you through that. But just to bring everybody up to speed, I'll take you from left to right across the top of the document so everybody understands the various columns. So as we go through this section by section, if you have any questions about a particular project, please refer to the reference number. That's the easiest way to identify a project. That's the leftmost column. The next column, as you head to the right, is the project number. I'll just point out a couple things about the project number. So for instance, reference number 1, the update corporate strategic plan. It refers to 2017. You can see the project number starts with that. What that means is that this project first made an appearance in the 2017 10-year capital forecast. It was somewhere in those 10 years, okay? So if you want to know what are the new projects that have been added, anything that starts with a 2026. That goes for about 95% of the projects. There are a couple of items like sidewalk replacement. There's a couple others in here like pre-engineering, things like that, that will start with 2026, but they have been in there for a number of years. We just, for setup purposes and our internal systems, we have to do it that way. Next column, project title. I think that's self-explanatory. Or sorry, actually, I skipped over the new one, which is IP, which stands for Integrated Project. Okay, and I will lead you through how we have set up the references for that. Okay, once I finish going across the top of the columns here. So a very important column, the 2026 budget column. So this is the total ask amount for the 2026 budget. And then that amount is either funded externally or internally. So the next grouping of columns there is external financing. So that'd be things like subsidies or grants, development charges, developer contributions, and the other column there, I think the only thing that's linked to that is if we budget for donations, which is pretty rare. So you take the total budget amount, you take off the external financing, you're then left with the net cost of the township that we have to fund ourselves. So we can fund that with tax-supported funding or user pay or water wastewater funding. So the tax-supported internal sources of funding there, the reserves, that's a multitude of reserves, and I will highlight where the majority of the funding is coming from for that column in a minute. We've also got debt that could be tax-supported debt. And then the last grouping there is the user pay support internal source of funding. So we got water reserves, wastewater reserves, and water wastewater debt. All right. So I will point out, or I'll walk you through what the IP column is all about, or integrated project. So in the past, it was very difficult to identify if we had a road, water, wastewater project. We're hoping this makes it a little easier. It's not perfect, but so Adam, what I'll do is I'll lead people through the Smith Street project because I think it hits in a multitude areas. So that would be item 19. So under active transportation, you'll see there's a Smith Street with an AH there. So wherever you see an AH, you know it's all combined. It'll be one project, okay? And there's no magic to how we set up the numbering to this. We were allowed, basically, we only had room in this document because it's getting pretty tight for 2 digits. So we started going AA, the next one's AB, AC. And you'll see we actually found our way to CZ apparently. So there's, I think when we started scoping this, we didn't think it would expand to that big, but it has. I don't think we'll run out of letters though. So item 19 is integrated with item 42, which is under roads urban. So that would be the actual road work. Okay. And then there's another AH under storm drainage, which is 59. So this year, in anticipation of the storm rate study that's being done, or the storm master plan and so forth, we have, or Public Works has carved out the storm portion of various projects now. And we've now put that under the storm drainage category. Okay. AH is also under, so Smith Street is also under wastewater, item 61, and item 72 is the waterworks piece. So you can see there's 5 components to this one. Where this really comes in handy is if you get a project where the name of the street isn't the same all the time. Okay, so it's a bigger scope. So that's the integrated project column. I will mention here the main funds that we use to fund the reserve column under the tax supported category. So we use about 2.5 million of OLG funds, about 2.5 million of general capital reserve, about 2.5 million of OSIF money, about 2.5 million of dedicated capital levy, and then CCBF money, or the old gas tax money. We used about 1.1 million. There are a couple of other reserves that were fairly significant. So the land sale reserve and the building code reserve. So the land sale reserve is about 1.3 million, building code reserve is about 1.5 million. That's a total of 1.8 million. That's used specifically to fund the operations center. There are a couple other little reserves that I'll bring up if there's questions on particular projects, like the cemetery reserve is used to fund all the cemetery projects. Okay. I will point out that the reserve schedules, so if you get to items 105 to 119, so the vehicle and equipment replacement information, those numbers that you see there are what we're forecast in the 2025 budget for 2026. Okay, so those schedules are still in the works. We'll bring them forward to the October meeting if we have them ready at that point in time. So I guess just one last comment. The total 2026 preliminary budget amount then is about 31.6 million before the replacement information. All right. On that note, my thought was that we do this as we have in the past. We just go through in sections. So by that, I mean, we'd start out by doing studies, then we move to corporate IT&S to kind of break it down a little bit better than just a free-for-all of questions. This way we can stop the parade of people coming up and down. Exactly. Yeah, any questions, I guess, to start with on very high level?
Not on high level, but you mentioned the little ones, like the cemetery. I have something I'd like to address that when it comes up.
Councillor Yvonne.
Through you, sir, it is a high level. Thank you. Sorry, I'm just finishing cough drop. You mentioned that it's very rarely, but that occasionally you do budget with fundraising in mind, even if it's once and it doesn't work and we don't reach our line. Are we still in essence budgeting in case you don't reach the dollars, or would the project be like, how are you looking at that when you're budgeting for fundraising?
Through you, Mayor Waters, that's a good question. And it is very rare that we would budget for a fundraising component. Typically what I've seen in the past, if we don't meet the target for the fundraising, we come back with a report to council and it's topped up through some other reserve, or whatever was proposed to be done with the fundraising component, a report will come to council and that part may be scrapped from the project.
And just they were perfectly transparent from the get-go for something like that then, so that the public knows that it will only succeed with the success of that fundraising project. Great.
Certainly, yes.
Councillor Wilton.
Sorry, are we starting with the first section for studies? Is it good now? Perfect. I'm just curious what the reference number 2 for the Parks and Recreation fees study. I see that the year it first appeared was 2023 and it feels familiar. Did we not just do this kind of study, or is it something that needs to be done this often, or just maybe clarification on that particular study? Thank you.
So excited I anticipated this question. I have some notes here. Anyway, so the Parks and Recreation Plan recommends a biannual user fee analysis, and that's more of a comparator what your other municipalities are charging. This study is a more intensive study that would provide council with the actual cost for services to confirm that pricing established and have all of that information before we move forward on pricing long term. So often rates are set historical practices or comparative data with other municipalities, which will also need to be factored in when you're thinking about your actual cost for service that you're going to price for rates and fees. But knowing the actual operating cost of services will provide an additional layer of essential data for setting rates and fees moving forward.
Thank you.
Okay. So I guess we'll just go through section. Okay. So any other further comments for this section here? Okay. Seeing none, I'll move ahead there, Mark.
All right. Next section, corporate IT&S. So items 4 to 8. Any questions on those? All right. Next section's a small one, corporate other. We've already talked about item 9, I guess, the ERP system, but there is one more there.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you. Yes, I see there's in the vehicle replacement, there's also a municipal law enforcement vehicle replacement. This would be an additional new vehicle in this area. So I'm just looking to confirm that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question, Councillor Adams. And through your Mayor Waters, yes, this would be an additional vehicle to support the services of the municipal law enforcement, inclusive of kind of an expanded parking enforcement outside of the downtown areas. We currently utilize a vehicle that is through a rental agreement to get us through the confines of this year. Understanding that we are going to be expanding our parking services to a potential paid parking service later in this year, and kind of establishing kind of those future needs, again, both internal to the downtowns and outside of the downtown cores, having a defined vehicle that would be funded through those parking fees would be kind of supplemented through that for this new vehicle.
Okay, any other further questions in this section? So now we're moving down to municipal buildings. Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. And just curious for a little bit more information on item 14, the rugby building future use strategy and AODA compliance. Just curious what the $50,000 will actually be used for, and a little more detail on that project. Thank you.
Thanks. I thought you might ask. So the rugby building located next to the Victoria Park Senior Centre and Victoria Park, just so everybody knows which building we're speaking about, is owned by the township and operated in a collaboration with the Highland Rugby Club. The facility requires renovations to update for AOD compliance, as well as modernization and replacement of critical infrastructure. Much of the facility is at end of life. So before initiating that expensive project, a fulsome investigation on the future use of the facility is necessary. So this funding is in place to work through that planning. So we considered, we already are meeting with the Highland Rugby Club, and we're looking at how we would like to move forward. So before we jump into a $2 million renovation project, we want to make sure we have the right plans for that building. So this is some seed money if we need some consulting done, engagement, and all that kind of stuff.
Just quick, thank you. That makes sense. Just curious though how that fits in with the potential of the MRF. Is this something that this building still needs, is a required kind of building, useful building in the community? Or if we go ahead with the multi-use indoor recreation facility, does that kind of negate the need for this building? So just kind of curious how it fits together. Thank you.
Yes, and that is one of the questions that would be considered next year through this consulting process. So absolutely, the township requires a universal washroom in that location to support Victoria Park and a water fill station. What the Highland Rugby Club requires moving forward will depend on council's future plans for MRF, as well as that site could be used for. It's mentioned about 3 or 4 times in different places in the Parks and Recreation Plan as opportunities to support senior programming, the Highland Rugby Club, and youth, and all sorts of things. So depending where we're going with some other projects, which council will be talking about later today, then this will also play into that decision.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Can I talk about 13? Because I made some notes. I just wanted to bring it up to explain what we're up to, if that's okay. Yep. Sorry.
I'm not sure if Councillor Evo, you had a question.
Thank you for checking. It actually goes along with both, Pat. So with your permission, I'll just ask it. And if I'm out of line, you can come back to it. With regards to the earlier comment from Mark, or no, it wasn't. I forget who it was. Sorry, I apologize. Talking about the roof and the bridge, or the roof and the outside at the arena, as well as this. Both of those are used words like end of life. And I'm just wanting to make sure that this isn't going to be delayed in a way that will make it unsafe for the users in either or both capacity, in either or both venues. So I am concerned about that, because we are addressing that they're unsafe, but we're not addressing at what point it becomes too unsafe, and are we budgeting to take care of it in time?
So if you were speaking to the Sportsplex spine or the streetscape roof and the aquatic center roof, we did go back to those consultants, and it is absolutely critical that the aquatic center be done next year. That has to get done from a safety and a perspective. The streetscape is at end of life. It's old and it's leaking, but if you were looking to postpone it, you could, but you would just need more buckets, really, to capture the water that drips through the ceiling. So, and which is not a good place to be in any roof. So it is absolutely, when we say end of life, does need replaced. And it, by delaying it a year, it's only going to cost more each year you delay that. The rugby building, that roof does need replaced, but I do not believe that it is a structural concern. It is within, but I'm just going to look back to Casey if he has anything to add. No, that's right. Yeah, but it is at end of life, meaning it's not withholding its water out of the building. With your permission, I do want to add on to the conversation about roofs. So you will see that the properties and Buildings and Properties Division is looking at doing additional roof assessments in 2026. The townships did those roof assessments, and we want to expand that. So we also have long-term planning for maintenance and replacement timing of our roofs. So we're looking at a number of them: the fire halls, the Wayscale building, the Gartshore farmhouse, this building, the Elora Tourism building, the Thai Ball Diamond little building there, and the Elora Tourism Center. So getting roof assessments on those so we can do some forecasting for maintenance and replacement. Thanks.
Okay, any other comments, questions as it relates to this section? Okay, we'll move on to health services.
Yep, next section is cemetery. So I will mention again, both of these projects that are listed here are funded from the cemetery reserve. Any questions on the cemeteries?
Seeing none. Sorry, Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters, it's come to my attention that the fencing around the Elora Cemetery was not replaced. I guess it's been gone for a couple of years. And so I'm looking for funding to replace that fence. I've had residents reach out to me. They would like the fence back. Their loved ones are there. And so I'm bringing that forward.
Are you coming to speak about fencing? Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Through Mayor Waters. So the fencing it's in a very poor state of repair, and basically it unfortunately wasn't that old either. Like, I think we were just over 10 years with it being in place, and sections of it, the powder coated steel, had all kind of delaminated from the steel, and was getting very rusty. We even tried to do like a painting touch-ups over the years, and just a very difficult location to maintain kind of that wrought iron fence. And kind of what we attribute it to is being so close to the county road, kind of downwind as well, quite often. It's getting a lot of salt spray from the road, and it's causing corrosion issues with the fence. So yeah, at this stage, yeah, we're not planning to replace. We don't have a capital project in the budget. But maybe it's something we can take back and look at, see what alternatives might exist. But yeah, kind of the current approach of having like a powder coated steel just is not suitable for that location. But maybe there's some alternate materials that we can assess and come back to council and with some ideas anyway on that one. So
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Okay. Any other items for this area of? Oh, okay. Let's move on, please.
All right. The next section is basically a new section that was set up this year. I think Adam's touched on all these, but this is the active transportation category. So this essentially is for improvements to infrastructure for active transportation. So this would be things like sidewalks, signage, traffic calming. I would assume if there were bike lanes or so forth, that might find its way into here too in the future. But as I mentioned, I believe Adam touched on items 17 to 20 already, but if there's any questions.
Comments, questions? Nope. Okay.
Okay, moving on.
Yep.
The next big category here, the capital levy OSIF funded projects. So these essentially are all these structures that are planned for work in or planning for work in future years to take place in 2026. All of these items are funded from the dedicated capital levy, or it's about $1.27 million of the first $1.27 million of OSIF money that we get. We capped it a few years ago at that level. So yeah, they're all funded that way. You can see there's 3 bridges that are 10% funded from development charges as well. And are there any questions on these? I think Adam touched on all these except items 26 to 28. And these actually are a prime example of those projects I mentioned earlier, the 5%, where they say they're 2026 projects, so you'd think they're brand new, but these have actually been in the 10-year forever, because in our 10-year, these are the projects that are all the way across. Okay. Any questions on these structures?
Comments, questions? I do have a question. As you know, we're doing combination EAs, where we come and we do multiple, and that seems to be a good program, I guess, in terms of getting out to the public and expressing it and looking at sort of areas in terms of when we're dealing with bridges and closures. How close are we linked to sort of doing those EAs and then sort of getting results of, or sort of taking the next one is the construction, or is it still, how do you prioritize that? Because obviously it's top of mind when you go to an EA, you look at these areas and you just assume that you've done the EA, then what is the next steps that way? And I think this is more for the public to understand that process. It doesn't necessarily mean, anyways, I'll leave that to you. Thank you for that explanation. As it relates to this section, any more comments, questions for council? Okay, no, seeing none.
All right, next section, Public Works Other. I think we only touched on one of these, and that was the ops facility, item 37, but I will mention items 33 to 36 are all basically new vehicles, and they are 100% funded from development charges.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you. Yeah, just a question about those items. I was just curious about their use. Was it whether it was related to the construction of the ops facility, or is it related to other public work uses?
I'll take a stab at those first. It's related to other public works uses, not specific to the ops facility.
Moving away from having these retired vehicles that, you know, they're well beyond their service life of 10 years. Sometimes they're 12, 13, 14, 15 years old. And, you know, we're getting into expensive repairs, very hard to justify. So if we're looking to kind of go away from that. So that's the case for the tandem truck and the backhoe. The utility van and the construction inspector truck are to meet staff needs. Those are required for staff in terms of there's an environmental protection officer in the staffing strategy, and also one for our existing construction inspector. So.
Okay, any other questions or comments that way? Okay, next section.
All right, next section, rural roads. So we've touched on the big one, item 38 already. But are there any questions on items 39 to 41 or 38 again, I guess?
Council, any comments, questions? Okay, keep on going along.
All right, urban roads. So a big section here. You can see lots of references under the IP column there. For the most part, you're going to usually find if it's an urban road, there's going to be something underwater and wastewater as well, and storm now too. So these are items 42 all the way to 55, it looks like. So any questions on those?
Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. I was just wanting to know with the Provost parking lot improvements, what the improvements would be, like what that project looks like.
Yeah, through the mayor, thank you for the question, Councillor Jefferson. So currently that parking lot, the pavement is in a poor condition. There's quite a bit of cracking and sinking in the parking lot. There are some drainage improvements that are required also just to kind of, for storm drainage. We see some water ponding in certain areas. You know, there's some perhaps tripping hazards that we've kind of gone out and painted and identified. But I think it's overall, it's kind of the project was driven by kind of the state of good repair and wanting to make those repairs. But I think what we see is there's a bigger opportunity there to, you know, enhance that parking lot, you know, make it a little bit more user friendly. We could consider, we're kind of still scoping the project, but we could consider something like lighting improvements. I think we need to do a little bit of, we refer to as photometric studies to just see kind of what lighting would be ideal for a parking lot like that. But yeah, so it'll be, you know, repaving, some storm drainage improvements, changes to the curb layouts and curb lines, and then perhaps some lighting improvements also.
Councillor Evoy.
Thank you, sir. Along the same lines, looking up the hill to the curling club, I hear user-friendly, and I know that our users will ask, does that mean more spaces? So have we absolutely configured it to the ultimate or the optimum amount of spaces? And what does that look like? So I have three questions with your permission from in these three lines. Does that mean same thing as what you're doing below on Provost?
Yep. So through the mayor, thank you, Councillor Evoy. So yeah, with regards to optimizing the number of parking spaces, absolutely, that's our goal. You know, these are parking lots, right? So we want to make sure that that's what we're doing. We also want to make sure they're safe and that, you know, the water's draining properly. So there could be a bit of a compromise there, perhaps, to achieve, those kind of functional improvements. We don't know exactly at this time what the net will be in terms of how many parking spaces will be retained. But that's our goal, is to optimize and maximize the number of parking spaces.
I'm just going to hold my breath. We really need those spots. But may I ask the three? Is that okay, you guys? Second is around traffic calming. You mentioned traffic calming measures. I think we've done a great job implementing them in the last few years. Kudos to you and your team. Those have been reactionary, of course, to all the construction. Are we looking at creating a policy of any nature where we implement traffic calming? Not just because we're doing rerouting, but there are lots of spaces that are hugely benefiting from this. So what's the plan?
Okay, yep, through the mayor. Thanks again, Councillor Voice. So council will recall, staff did bring forward a traffic calming policy earlier this year. And, the traffic calming policy works in a combination with our annual speeding and traffic calming recommendations report. So we do, some of the measures that we recommend are in response to or proactively to get ahead of cut through traffic from construction projects. But then a lot of those recommendations relate to more kind of, issues on existing streets where it's not necessarily impacted by construction cut through traffic, but it's just an issue that we've confirmed. So we do have that policy and we do have that annual reporting process. We're making those recommendations. And through that process, we are trying to be proactive, but more importantly, we're trying to just understand the nature of the issue first before we go out and recommend a potential solution to it. So I would say through that existing program, we're trying to do that.
Thank you. And if I may, the third and final is around the asphalt spot repairs. So I'm assuming it's formulaic. I wonder if you can share, just so that we have it on the record and for people watching, what does that look like? Because we all get many calls about, can you fix my road? Can you fix my road? And there's obviously a plan. Can you just give a very vague overview for our residents, how that gets done?
Yep, absolutely, through the mayor. So there's quite a bit of thought that goes into it. So in 2022, we did a pavement condition study of all of our paved roads. So that was a very quantitative study where we sent a vehicle around that has laser scanners and actually records a condition score for a road segment. So and through that study, we also developed a capital plan, a kind of an ideal capital plan for going out and repairing our roads and making sure that we're providing the level of service that we've kind of identified in our asset management plan. So we use the scores from that study to prioritize how we pave road segments. Now, what we are seeing is there are some roads that are perhaps, bad pun here, but falling through the cracks, and where there might be the overall condition, the average condition of the whole segment might not be terrible, but there might be small patches within that road that are quite bad. So this budget that we've created, asphalt spot repairs, is to address those kind of smaller sections of road within these segments where the rest of the pavement is within the level of service that we want to see, but we have very bad sections for whatever reason.
Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters. Okay, this is I'm going to ask it every year. Wait, how does Princess Street fall into all of this? I can't even ride my bike down that street without, some teeth falling out. So I just... somehow I see Smith to David is being taken care of. Thank you. And, we are hitting a lot of our old side streets, which is great. I think residents are really appreciating it from the feedback that I'm getting. I mean, I'll be excited when Coburn's done, but Princess Street.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McDonald, through the mayor. So just doing some searching here. Princess Street, we have budget in 2027 for reconstruction of Princess Street from Moyer Street to David Street.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you. So, sorry, which line was this? I just moved down. Am I seeing that second line to Jones Baseline is actually getting paved this year? Is that what I'm seeing here?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Adamson. Through the mayor. So that's just to clarify, second line from Highway 6 to Jones Baseline.
Yes,
Yeah.
line 41. But I know there's a couple of like water projects related to that area as well.
Yeah, thank you. So this is part of the kind of the development plan for South Fergus. So Colin alluded to earlier, there are some projects that has this SFA. And so that means that they're projects that are triggered by development. So we're in consultation with the development group in South Fergus currently to figure out what projects are going to be included in this kind of first wave of infrastructure projects needed to service South Fergus, some of which are subject to this grant funding. So that project is on that list, and we're still having discussions with the development group to determine if it'll be in or out.
Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Just to bump back to the Fergus Curling Club parking lot, with Provost being looked at for like lighting, and I see the Fergus Curling Club is just like a lot major resurfacing. Would they be looked at for lighting as well? Like, I think there's only one main light in that parking lot, and I didn't know if any would be added.
Yep, thanks for the question, Councillor Jefferson, through the mayor. Yes, similar to the comments for the Provost parking lot, I think we will look at the lighting at the Curling Club also, do a photometric study and see if there are improvements that are warranted.
Any other comments or questions for this section? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on.
All right, next section is storm drainage. So as I mentioned earlier, this section's kind of been expanded a bit from previous years. You can see a lot of them are related to projects under that IP column that we've already that were referenced to as well under the urban roads area as well. But item 56 is not referenced anywhere, and that's a project that would have typically in the past been the only item sitting under here in storm drainage. So any questions, I guess, on items 56 to 60?
Comments, questions? Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. I just have a comment. I think your IP codes are really great. So thank you. Very good. This makes it like connects the dots really easily. So thank you. Thank you for adding that.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Okay, seeing none. So what I think we're going to do, I think it's a good time to take a break. So we'll take a 5 or 6 minute break, and then we'll come back and talk about our next favorite topic, wastewater. Councillor Evoy, yeah, go ahead and ask your question.
Thank you. Through you, sir. Apologies to my colleagues. I missed this when we were talking before. With regards to the work that we're doing on the parking lot on Provost, now that we've moved the bike lanes to St. Patrick, how is that going to affect the work between the bike lanes coming forward and the parking lot being repaired? Da-da-dum.
Yeah.
It said 5 to 6.
For those who are watching in the audit, we're just getting someone to come back into the meeting here. So we'll.
Come on up, Colin.
Thank you, Colin, for coming back.
I had to make a pot of coffee too, so I can't leave the pot empty. But anyway, sorry.
Sorry,
Yes.
I'll reiterate. With regards to moving the bike lanes to Patrick Street, how will that affect the work that we're doing on the parking lots, or will they be done in tandem?
Yeah, that's, I don't think it'll have any impact to the parking lot. I think what we're going to look at is opportunities for kind of bike parking within the parking lots themselves. I think there's a good opportunity to maybe allocate some space for bike parking, whether it's definitely in the Provo lot, but perhaps the curling club as well. And so I think that's the major opportunity when it comes to active transportation. With Provo, it's a little strange because I don't know if you've ever walked around there, the sidewalk on the boundary of that area is not super clear. Like there should really be sidewalk on both sides. And so we'll look and see if there's opportunity to kind of improve kind of the pedestrian realm in and around that area as well. So there we go. Sorry, I'm out of breath. Ran here, so that's all good. Okay.
Okay, so now, thank you again, Colin. Now we'll move into wastewater.
Yep, so wastewater items 61 to 71. I'll just open it for questions.
Comments, questions, Councillor Wilton.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Waters. I just had a question on item number 60, or no, where did we at? 66 maybe? Waste to energy study. Just kind of curious what that's all about and if you had more information on it. Jerry looks excited. So
For the question, the waste to energy study is actually a study using our biogas and some things we might be able to do. So with that biogas versus flaring it off, which currently we do. We do use some of the biogas for our heating and mixing out of digesters, but there's a potential we could use it for storage for when we can use it in the boilers when it's on standby, and potentially maybe like a cogeneration unit that will run off of the biogas. So it's just that study to kind of look at that. So,
just a quick follow-up.
Yep, go ahead.
Great. No, that sounds like a really interesting study. And then is the hope then you'd kind of get some cost savings from being able to use that heat from that, or?
Yeah, there would be some natural gas reduction uses. So rather than the boiler flipping back and forth between natural gas and digester gas, it would actually have that potential to keep on running.
Great. Thank you very much.
Any other comments or questions for this section? Okay, seeing none. Okay, let's move on.
All right, next section, waterworks. So items 72 to 83. Any questions?
Council, questions, comments? Seeing none, let's move on.
All right, and the next section, Parks and Recreation. I know Pat wants to preempt or talk about some projects before we dive into this section. So, Pat.
Thank you. So I just wanted to highlight some of the projects. They might not be significantly funded projects, but I think that they impact the community and they're important projects. So I wanted to bring them to your attention. The first one is number 92, the outdoor basketball multi-use court at Victoria Park. There's already project in the budget to build an outdoor multi-use basketball court in Fergus. It was originally envisioned at the Sportsplex grounds, but due to uncertainty about how those grounds will eventually be laid out for future amenities, the project has not been launched. The current budget that's available is $80,000. The Parks and Rec plan supports additional multi-use basketball courts in the community. Staff have assessed how one can fit in Fergus, so without waiting for the Sportsplex grounds to be completed. There's an opportunity to add one at the Victoria Park in Fergus, and the $20,000 is a budget top-up to complete that project in 2026. Any questions about that? Numbers 93 and 94 are utility, vehicle, and trail groomer. The active transportation plan highlighted the need to improve conditions of the Central Wellington trails. This is the equipment required to begin that work by the Parks Department. Number 96, Webster Park upgrades. So there's a desire to consider options to improve Webster Park. Currently, there's an older Class D ball diamond and at end of life, I would say. And the funding is to consider options for the redesign of that park to improve the amenities. We've already had a consultant take a look to see what are some options, and we want to take a look at, so this funding is simply to look at the consulting to get construction ready and then bring back to council the cost for the improvement in 2027. Number 97 is the disc golf course in Elora, and the Sportsplex disc golf course that was introduced as a new activity in the parks has been extremely busy and active, and so this funding would be to install a similar course in a park in Elora. Did you get numbers, Lucas, or no? Oh, okay. He was going to look up, we do track how many people go on the website to register to play the course, so hopefully we'll have that number for you. 96 and 98, Wilkie Park accessibility upgrades and Strathallan Park accessibility upgrades. So both these projects are the same, so I'm going to talk about them together, and they each request $60,000 from the capital budget. Funding exists in the park's equipment replacement schedules to replace the playgrounds at these parks. Wilkie was scheduled for 2025 and Strathallan is scheduled for 2026. The replacement funding permits replacing of the same for same. Since the installation of these playgrounds, AODA standards have changed. An accessible path of travel to the playground and curbing to create an accessible entrance to the playground is now required for AODA. So these funds will be on top of the playground replacement fund to meet the AOD requirements. So that's why they doesn't seem like enough to do the playground. That's already funded in the replacement project. Number 101, Confederation Park improvements. This funding is in place to implement the improvements to the park. There is an RFP to hire a consultant to engage with the public and to create a plan for and a Schedule D budget for that park. And that RFP closes today. And the initial consulting for this project is already funded in the budget in 2025. So this $150,000 is to continue the project and to construct the improvements. Grandwood Gate Memorial Park amenities. There's approximately $9,000 in the budget now from previous years for this project. The park requires additional amenities, so the funding of $90,000 is to implement an amenity at this park. We are currently working with a consultant to draft some concepts to go out to the park users. I think that it was Councillor Jefferson that brought concerns about the amenities in this park to our attention, and we're going to bring those draft options and to the public and to the council, and then that money is set aside for us to implement that in 2026. Those were the ones I just wanted to bring attention to.
Dan, our CAO would like to speak to a couple of these, and then I'll reach out to councillors.
Thank you. And through Mayor Waters, just one additional comment for Community Services Capital. You'll notice that forestry is missing. We typically have, I think it's about $200,000 a year for forestry. What we're proposing to do this year is move that to the operating budget because we have a dedicated program for forestry. It's in the Parks Division of Community Services. It belongs in the operating budget, but it's going to have zero impact on the budget. We're basically taking some funding away from capital, put it in operating so that the net impact on the budget is zero, but it should be a continual operating budget going forward, which makes more sense. So that's the plan. You'll see that when we bring the operating budget forward.
Okay. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you. Question about Confederation Park. We've seen this line item since we started here. So really hoping to see some activity happening in 2026. This line item hasn't really changed in the amount. And like we say, we don't do things this year, it keeps getting more and more expensive. Do we really feel that we can make the impact that we're looking for with the current budgeted amount that hasn't really changed over the years, especially considering what you just talked about with the AODA and the exterior path of travel? I'm just wondering if this didn't consider the accessibility requirements when it was put in, whether we have a proper allotted amount there and whether that's something that we should look at maybe topping up a bit there.
That's a great question. What you also don't see in that is I know that there is a service club interested in assisting with this project. So we're going to be meeting with them, some other funding opportunities, but also until we've done the concept in the Class D budget, which will have sort of a concept of what we will do, then council can consider if that is enough funding, but that's what is there now. I didn't want to put a top up until I knew exactly what was going to get planned. And there may be a 2 or 3 year phase-in plan for improvements for that park. So let's just get the work done that we're right in the middle of now. We had hoped to have it done for budget, but we didn't. And once we dig in to that work, we'll inform, and then council can consider next steps for Confederation Park.
Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters, and thank you, Pat. 2 questions, I guess. One is just quickly, I assume the answer is they'll go together, but the Strathallan Park accessibility upgrades and the Strathallan Park redesign, am I correct in assuming that those will be done in tandem so they kind of work together, those 2 projects?
Yes. Great. The redesign will actually be initiated first so that we know where the playground will be placed for future. And that way, then we can construct and build that pathway to it. And then the other amenities that may be desirable in Strathallan would be in future budgets. It wouldn't happen right away. It depends what is decided for that park.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor McDonald. Okay. Yep.
Through you, Mayor Waters, I'm excited to hear about the disc golf coming to Elora. Do we know where?
Not yet.
Okay. Thank you.
I think there's going to be some discussion about the best fit and location for that.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you.
Any further comments? Okay. Why don't we go over here? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm looking actually at 100 and 104. Line 100 being about sign identification, rather, given what's recently happened at county level and all around us with regards to signage and identification. I'm wondering if you have a plan yet, what that's going to look like, and if the costs are going to align with what it was when you made this budget, because I'm sure we're not going in with copper, right?
No, so this is a $5,000 amount that we put in every year. And we look at, if you think of when you enter each park, there's usually, Bissell Park. It shows, it has our branding, it shows what's available at the park, it has the 911 address and all of that. So this is so that we can continue to add or replace those signs throughout our park system. Each year we do a little bit of work, take off the list.
Thanks, Pat. And the other one with regards to the vending machines. So I know that we have partnerships with vendors who are in our spaces. And so I'm guessing that this will fill holes that they can't. And are we putting healthy options in there? And the third question is, what are we using those dollars for, the profit that we make from them?
Those are great questions. So in the past decades, we have had a partnership with Coca-Cola. And so they provided our drink machines in our facilities. And we feel that there is more profitability and control of options in the drink vending machines if we own them ourselves and can put the options that we would like in there and price them accordingly. And with our concession booth vendor, water, they would also now no longer be restricted to only use Coke product. They can also buy other products there. As far as health, one great thing that we have as a partnership with the water department is we have township water bottles sold at a very low discounted rate, subsidized by water education. And then we have water fill stations at our facility. So that is our goal, to reduce bottled water and to make sure that we have an affordable option. But as far as we also have a policy, we don't sell energy drinks and things like that. So I don't know if any vending machine has healthy options in drinks, but we'll sure look at some if we can. But a lot of times, but they're refrigerated and they allow for a hydration option for users of the facilities. The money has always been part of our revenues, so under vending, and we anticipate that that will be improved once we have our own machines. But right now, actually, there are no vending machines for liquids in the Sportsplex right now, and we have funds to, one is getting put into JECC right now, and so this funding will buy the two that we require for the Sportsplex.
Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Maybe I just missed it, but is there not a should there not be a line item for Bissell Park for the pad replacement in this budget, or does that show up somewhere else? Maybe it's a accounting thing.
Great question. We have funding right now in Bissell Park. This council approved a top up to that project with the anticipation of applying for the grant. So we're right now, you know what, if it's okay with you, I'm just going to actually ask Casey to come up and talk about that. I'd like to put him on the spot, see how well he does. But we are in progress with that project. But just to answer, and I'll let him tell you where we're at. But in general, if we come back in the next couple of months and we know what we require after council discussion on that project, then we can have a conversation about adding that to the next opportunity of the budget. I think that's where we're at, but we're hoping we won't need funding.
With being unsuccessful with the grant, we're revisiting this project as a whole and trying to come up with a phased approach of maybe some options of what can we do within a current budget, what can we do and plan that we could add different elements down the road. So staff in my department are just coming up with that plan and trying to promote it and bring it forward for vision of what are the costs associated. We do have a Class D budget that was done as part of the original one. So we're kind of looking at some of those numbers to see what can be possibly done within current budget. And if we want to go to the next level, what will those costs be? So that will be coming forth sometime soon to council as well.
Through Mayor Waters, just to add to that, in the 2025 capital budget, council approved a $700,000 top up to the Bissell Park project. And I think that gave us somewhere in the vicinity of $1 million for
I think
funding.
It's $1 million roughly.
Yeah.
Over $1 million is what's currently in the budget.
So currently there is $1 million approved by council for that project, but as Casey mentioned, there's going to be a report coming forward on that.
Councillor Adams.
This is about not Bissell Park.
Okay, perfect.
Was your question about Bissell? Okay.
Yeah, if it's pertaining to Bissell Park, yes. Let's start with Councillor McDonald and Councillor Jefferson.
Through you, Mayor Waters, thank you so much for the update. I am aware the Ministry of Sports are looking at another stream of grants in the next year. Is what I'm told. So I just want to keep that at the forefront too, whether we use it for this or could there be another capacity, whatever. But I'm happy to see some momentum with Bissell Park. There's a large volunteer group involved with this and who have been fundraising for a very long time. And I think as a councillor, I have to support them. So thank you.
Councillor Jefferson.
Sorry, with the Bissell Park funding, my question was just in regards to the McDonald grant that was given. Does the 1 million include that, or is that in addition to that as well, like our money plus? Thank you.
Yes, it does include the McDonald grant.
Okay. If there's nothing else pertaining to Bissell, we're going back to Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you. Pat, was there we were still working on some improvements in Millburn Park as well, right? With the Fergus splash pad. Is that I don't see it here. So I just want to make sure that we're covered and we haven't lost any ground there.
I'm going to let Lucas come up. It is a current project we're on right now, and there's funding in this year's budget to hopefully achieve that. I'll let you go.
Thank you for the question through you, Mayor. Pat's correct. We are currently working on putting together a concept for the playground and the accessible pathway through there, as well as putting together a scope of work for the extended washroom. And the budget is already in place. So we're looking for the build out for next year for that. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions for this part of the presentation? Okay, I think we can move along. Go ahead, Mark.
I think that's actually the end of it, because as I mentioned earlier, the replacement information is next, and that really is just the 2026 information out of the 2025 budget. One thing I failed to mention, though, and maybe council figured this out already, but when I talked about the project numbers that start with a year, the piece I failed to mention is if it starts with something that isn't a year, like a 360 or a 330 or a 550, that means it's a top up. Okay, it means it's an existing project in our current system. There's funds already that exist, and then that is the top up that's proposed for 2026 that's listed there. Okay. Sorry about the oversight there. And that I think brings this document to a close at this point.
Okay. Before we leave this, any further comments, questions for Mark and the crew here? Okay. Thank you for a good job. Well done. And thanks for good questions from and comments from council. So I'll pass that back to Adam. Is there any additional things we at this stage?
Thank you, Mayor Waters. No, nothing additional at this time. I think at this point, the recommendation is detailed in the report, and we're here to field any questions should there be anything further from council.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to read the recommendation that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington direct staff to include the 2026 preliminary draft capital budget as outlined in Report Core 2025-57 dated September 15, 2025 in the 2026 staff draft budget. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Wilton, seconder on that. Councillor Evoy. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? That is so moved. Okay, now we'll move down to item number 7, considerations of reports. Water RFP number 4225, water meter replacement project. And who will be speaking to this? Adam?
Thank you, Mayor Waters. This report seeks council endorsement to award a contract for the supply and installation of water meter replacements and a revision to the project funding to facilitate the award. Report recommendations are that the Council of the Township of Centre Wellington approves the award of contract RFP 42-25 to Neptune Technology Group Canada Company at an upset limit of $2,838,901. This is inclusive of contingency and exclusive of non-rebate HST. And this is for the supply and installation of 4,720 meters. And that the available budget be revised as outlined in report COR 2025-55. And just in terms of a little bit of backdrop, a request for proposal was issued for the completion of the water meter replacement project. The RFP closed on July 21st of 2025, and there was one submission received from Neptune Technology Group Canada Company. Worth noting here is that Neptune Technology Group Canada Company is the township's current vendor of record for water meter infrastructure. The original scope had contemplated a phased implementation through 2025 and 2026. However, the pricing provided by Neptune is based on a continuous operation within a single mobilization for maximum efficiency. It is recommended that the budgeted amount for 2026, or $1,300,000, in the 10-year capital budget forecast be brought forward for use in 2025, and the residual shortfall of $294,280 be funded from the water and wastewater reserves to enable the award. And at this time, I'd like to turn it over to the Township's Manager of Water Services and Environmental Sustainability to provide a little bit more detail in terms of the project.
Hello again. Through you, Mayor Waters. This project, as I said, has been introduced to Council previously, funded over the 2 years. The meter replacement program will allow for 4,720 meters. They're a past asset service life. They're also at risk of battery failure, which will result in staff not being able to read the meters and meter bills potentially going missed for several months unless we do a drive-by or a walk-by and touchpad. Additionally, as I had mentioned earlier, meters lose accuracy over time. We have noted through our program, we do an accuracy test program, that we've lost about 5% over the course of the last 20 years. And that's approximately 3.2 million liters that is being unregistered, amounts to approximately $210,000 annually. This new RFP will provide for early detection of leaks and excessive consumption. We have a fair number of our consumers on this program already. However, this will secure the remainder. These new meters will provide continuous data to our gateways or antennas located strategically throughout the township. And we do weekly checks. So our service level to the community has increased fourfold, whereas we were doing monthly checks with our bills, calling people who had excessive water use. And sometimes those bills were running for 30 to 40 days. Now it's 5 to 7. So we're able to provide that service level increase enhancement to the community. We also think that this will provide for a future availability for a public portal. So residents will be able to check their own water meter at any point in time. That's not part of this RFP, but it allows for development of it down the line. Right, so the meter reading component of this, the field component, will be drastically reduced simply because we're able to obtain data on a 10-minute basis continuously for any resident with a meter. So it reduces the need for all that extra staff time, as well as reduces the need to have staff check on a monthly check, do drive-bys and meter investigations for meters that are not reading. We get a warning immediately. This does come with a really good software program called Neptune 360. We currently use it. It was part of our AMI upgrade. That software does provide alerts if we do not get a meter read, alerts if our tower, many alerts, a lot of alerts. So the other part of that is, of course, it's going to upgrade those 4,700 meters to more accurate meters. Happy to take any questions from council at this time.
Recommendation that the Council Township of Centre Wellington approves the award of contract RFP number 42-25 to Neptune Technology Group Canada Co. at an upset limit of $2,838,901, inclusive of contingency, exclusive of non-rebate taxes for the supply and installation of 4,720 meters, and that the available budget funding be revised as outlined in Report Core 2025-55 dated 15th September 2025. So I'll just get a mover and a seconder. Mover, Councillor Evoy, seconder on Councillor McDonald, and now comments, questions. We'll start with Councillor Evoy.
Thank you. So you're just very briefly, can you just, I'm going back to my first questions about who we are, who it is, who those 4,700 people are. Is it those of us in older homes, or are you just going to reach out to us in the near future and let us know that we're on that list? Like, how are we going to know?
In this included several points of contact. There'll be drive-bys, there'll be door knockers, there'll be letters. We do plan on issuing advertisements in the paper as well as through the Grant 101.
Councillor MacDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters, is there the ability to procure these fully Canadian without tariffs?
That's a really tough question.
Like, is there another option in Canada to procure these items that are not coming from across the border at all? Probably in parts and things like that is where it's coming from, but yeah.
Yes, through the submission of the RFP from Neptune, Neptune meters are created in the States, produced in the States. They do have a Canadian presence, as well as their authorized distributor is Canadian. But the meter itself is created in the States.
For follow-up, Mayor, so there is no Canadian full option for these meters?
Not for Neptune meters. No.
Not for Neptune meters. Okay, thank you so much.
Any further comments, questions? Okay, so we had a mover, seconder. All those in favor? So moved. Thank you. We'll move down to item 7.2, Connecting Links Grant Application, Tower and Bridge Street repaving. And Adam was coming to the lectern. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Waters. So this is a grant application through the Ministry of Transportation, their Connecting Links grant funding program. This is a program that we know well. We've been successful on applications in the past, and currently the St. David Street reconstruction is being funded partially through a Connecting Links grant funding application, a successful one. So this is to resurface the connecting link of Highway 6 along Tower Street South and Bridge Street in Fergus. So this project would include milling the existing surface asphalt and replacing that with fresh surface asphalt. The high level estimated cost of the project, capital cost right now, we think is about 1.3 million. So the connecting links, 90% of that is eligible for grant funding, and the township would be paying the remaining 10%, so approximately 130,000. So we're asking for council to endorse the grant funding application, to delegate the authority to sign the agreement if we are successful with the application. And then finally to, again, if we are successful with the application, to approve 130K in funding from the General Capital Reserve to fund the project. Happy to answer any questions you have.
Comments, questions, Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters, and thank you, Adam. It's great to apply for provincial funding, so I'm all for that. So thank you for taking that forward. I'm just a little bit concerned about the businesses, particularly along Queen Street, that have had, and in the downtown area in general. They've had the St. David Street closures over the this summer and last summer, and now this will be another kind of impediment. So I'm just curious kind of like how long this takes. Like obviously we're not doing the water main, so it's not quite as in-depth as the St. David Street project, but just curious if this, and how staff can mitigate kind of those further disruptions for the downtown businesses, particularly those along Queen Street where they'll be quite kind of locked off in a way. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Councillor Wilton. Good one. And through the mayor. So this is definitely a much quicker operation. We're not talking about a reconstruction, as you say. It's just a milling of the asphalt and then a repaving. These types of projects, we see them completed within a couple weeks. This one's a bit larger in scope, obviously, so it could be a little bit longer than that. good point about the impacts to businesses. But one of the benefits we actually see is this could, if we are successful and we could move ahead with this project in 2026, we could coordinate it with the surface paving of St. David Street, the segments that are under construction now anyways. So there would be, so we could kind of maintain a larger detour route, which would be in place anyways for the paving of St. David Street phases, at least phase 1, perhaps phase 2 also. So we could kind of, have it one kind of, mega paving project and kind of get it all done at the same time, try and, get it completely finished and then reopened so there are no longer any impacts to residents and businesses.
Any further comments or questions for Adam? Okay, I'll read the recommendation that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington directs staff to submit an application under the Ontario Ministry of Transportation Connecting Links Grant Program, Intake 11, 2026-2027 for repaving Tower Street and Bridge Street in Fergus, and that the Council delegates authority to the Chief Administrative Officer and Managing Director of Corporate Services Treasurer to execute any funding agreements and any other documents related to securing the funding should the township grant application be successful, and that the grant application be successful. Council approves funding the township portion of the project estimated to be $130,000 from the General Capital Reserve. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Craddock, seconder on that. Councillor McDonald, any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? So moved. Okay, so we'll move down to item 7.3, election sign bylaw, and I'll look to my left and Carrie O'Kane.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Waters. Following the 2022 election, it became apparent that the portion of the sign bylaw related to elections needed to be updated. Staff set out to keep the bylaw simple and provide clarification and simply regulate signage on municipal property related to elections. The current bylaw indicates election signs can be erected following nomination day, and with that now being in August, the period to display election signs was too long. Still is too long. So we did that, keeping that signs are now permitted within 6 weeks preceding the municipal election, which is quite standard in all elections. The definitions were updated and some included that were missing, and the list of places a sign cannot be erected has been expanded and includes public parks, township property, other than road allowances, and within 300 meters of the voting place. So we've basically just provided an update and kept it very simple. We considered a permit system, however, decided to, again, keep it simple. If signs are removed for non-compliance, they can be reclaimed by the owner or their agent within 14 days. Simply adopting this bylaw puts a mechanism in place to regulate and enforce the placement and assembly of election signs in time for the 2026 school board and municipal election. Moving forward, staff is committed, though, to monitoring the use of signage related to election campaigns and supporting creative ways to reduce waste from election signage and level the playing field for all candidates. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Comments or questions? Councillor Evoy.
Thank you. Through you. What does that last sentence mean?
Well, staff are considering looking at perhaps expanding the areas for which election signs can be placed. Is one option. We're committed to looking at other options. There wasn't time this time around. We wanted to get this bylaw in place prior to the election, and we all know it's creeping up quicker than we realized. So the idea was to get a bylaw in place that we can work with, that clarifies things, that matches the other area municipalities, reduces the time that the signs can be erected, brings that better in line. So, but there are some creative ways out there to reduce the waste and even the playing field. So we're committed to looking at that over the next period.
Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters, to Clerk O'Kane, thank you for working on this because it looks more like we're aligning with county on our signage. The only thing is, I don't agree with it, only because I've heard from several residents about it. They don't like signs in the parks at all. And it looks cluttered, and our parks are for children. And, you know, our children actually don't really care about those signs. You know, they're going there to play. So I just want to put that out there too.
And that has been added. So we're hoping to sort of clean that up and have just less congestion. And also as we grow, the voting places may expand, and we may need to use those facilities where we haven't in the past. So we're working towards cleaning that up and reducing the number of them.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Okay, seeing none, I'll read the recommendation that the Council of Township of Central Wellington authorize the mayor and clerk to execute a bylaw to provide regulation for placement and assembly of election signs on or adjacent to township roads and township property, and repeal section 4.1 of the bylaw 2013-004. Do I have a yes, first and a seconder, Councillor Craddock? Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? So moved.
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
It was Welton and then Craddock. Yep. So I'm looking at item 8. Recess for lunch, or
it's a wee bit early.
It's a wee bit early, but that'll give you time to. What's that? Can we? I was looking at
bump some others up.
We can't. The delegations are not here yet.
All of the remaining items have guests coming.
Yeah. Yeah, even because I noticed that Christine not here. So. Do we have Brett here? 11.2. Okay, so, let's do that then. We'll skip down to, if the council is good, we'll skip down to 11.2, Economic Development Tourism Strategy Report from Brett. Running side to that is Dan Wilson.
We have a consultant coming to speak to that.
Oh, we do? Okay, so we have a consultant, so, we can't do that one.
Better. Is that?
Just let me look at these. We have Pat. Okay, so let's go down to 11.3 Battery Energy Storage Community Benefit Contribution Agreement and a report from Dan Wilson. Thank you, Dan, for jumping in.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Just a note for council, the chair of the Center Wellington Community Foundation, Randall Howard, was planning on coming this afternoon, just in case council had questions relating to their portion of this. But I'm happy to do my portion of the presentation now and go on from there if council's comfortable with that.
Okay. Yep, go ahead.
Okay, so this report relates to putting a community benefit contribution in place between basically Elora BESS LP, which is IPA, and the Township of Center Wellington. This is a very common practice where battery energy storage systems are being put in place across the province, where an actual agreement is put in place. Typically, the agreement in a community ranges anywhere from I would say $500 per megawatt to $1,100 per megawatt. In this situation, the community contribution is split into 2 separate agreements. The first one is an agreement with the Center Wellington Community Foundation at $300 per megawatt, estimated to be approximately $60,000 per year. And the second agreement would be with the township at about $800 per megawatt, or about $160,000 per year. And with the township agreement, there is a small provision in there for a minor increase due to inflation from year to year. So this is something that would be initiated once the battery energy storage system has been built and is in production, and would last as long as that facility is running and operating. So we would be looking at roughly $160,000 per year plus some inflation coming to the township as a result of this on an annual basis. Staff are suggesting that we treat this very similar to the OLG funds, where we put a policy in place, and the policy is attached to in attachment B, where similar to the rules with the OLG funds, we would establish a reserve fund. All funds received from this agreement would go into the reserve fund. A reserve fund earns interest, so there's a way of compounding a little bit of extra interest earned onto that. It would be discussed annually as part of the budget process how those funds will be used. We wouldn't use the funds until the year following receipt, so we know exactly what's been received from year to year. And in this case, we are suggesting that the township portion be dedicated to township capital projects that improve the activity, health, and wellness of our community. And the details behind that are coming straight from our council-approved strategic plan. I removed reference to the actual strategic plan in the policy, given that that strategic plan has a 4-year life. It may change with the next term of council, but the policy doesn't necessarily have to change. So we kept it just using the words from the strategic plan, but not referencing the strategic plan. So the plan would be to discuss this annually as part of the budget process and decide whether there's a project we want to proceed that improves the activity, health, and wellness of the community. And we would propose to use the funds from this reserve to do so. In terms of the contribution agreement with the Centre Wellington Community Foundation, the chair of the foundation and I have had some detailed conversations on that. And they have established their use of funds to be very much complementary to what we are proposing to use our funds for. So looking at what they put in writing here, they want to encourage broad participation and accessibility to safe community recreation activities within the Township of Centre Wellington. And this includes sport, fitness, youth, leadership, camping, outdoor education, playgroups, arts and cultural activities, and or enhance natural environment spaces used for community recreation activities such as trails, green spaces within the Township of Centre Wellington. So this is the mandate of their $60,000 per year. And this is similar to what agreement we have in place with the Jack R. McDonald Fund with the foundation, that I would sit on the steering committee that would determine the allocation of those funds annually. So the hope here is that the township can use our funds for capital projects for activity, health, and wellness, and the foundation can use theirs to support our community members in activity, health, and wellness. And we thought that was a good complementary use going forward. That sums up everything. As I mentioned, the foundation chair wanted to be here for the discussion, so hopefully I can answer any questions that council may have.
Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters. As you know, the best storage, that was a lengthy conversation at this table. And during those conversations, we did ask how this was all going to work out in the agreement. I wished I had this information earlier as well. I still believe council should have 100% decision making on those funds, and we should be allocating those funds. But here we are. I'm not aware of the agreements that were done previously with the foundation, so that I guess really has nothing to do with me. So moving forward, I'm happy to see this agreement. However, I would like to see regular updates from the foundation. Whether the chair comes and gives council updates, I know we can go through you, but I would actually like to see the foundation come to council and update council regularly on what they're doing with the funds, to whether it's a yearly basis during our budget time, or I think that is a small ask now that we are tied with them to the battery storage station.
Through Mayor Waters, that was the intent. likely annually, but I see this as a budget discussion annually in terms of how the township is using their funds, and we can include that, how the foundation is using theirs. And then as grants through the foundation are approved through that committee that I'll be a part of, I'll make sure that council is completely up to speed on what's going on there. But I see this as a good news story we can provide annually and how we're using these funds, and we want to celebrate the fact that we're doing this. So it's a good engagement or communication piece for us.
Thank you very much. It is a good news story.
Councillor Eagle.
Through you, sir. Thank you. And thank you, Dan, for all of this. Funnily enough, I'm not far off from my colleague's comment. I'm wondering, knowing the great work that the foundation does, I personally try to support them when and where we can. Is there any movement to adjust these numbers to allow more to go to the foundation and to the actual people themselves? I know they're helping, food insecure and children, and they're doing some great work that I understand we can't get at from a township level. And I wonder if that 60 to 160 is movable at all. Can we give more to the foundation?
Through Mayor Waters, I would have to investigate that. I was under the impression that the agreement with the foundation is already in place. But I would have to speak to the chair about that. The thought here was we felt at a staff level this was a good proportionate distribution between township project and community grant feedback.
Any other comments, questions? Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you. Notwithstanding all the great work the foundation does, I do think that, there is a whole lot of growth and stuff happening, particularly in South Fergus, this area that's going to be impacted. And I think we have talked about, aligning a lot of our strategic goals and how that township money will be distributed. So if something's already planned there, I would caution against moving against that. I would just look for just clarification. I think on page 2, Dan, it says at various stages of the application, a future community benefit agreement was discussed with council. Apart from one of the first times IPA themselves came and presented, and they had briefly spoke in their presentation about a community benefit agreement. I'm not sure where those other discussions took place with council. Could you provide a clarification on that?
Yes, thank you. And through Mayor Waters, I can think of 3 instances where this was discussed. The first was when IPA was asking for a endorsement from council to move ahead with their IESO application. The second one was through their public meeting with council, and the third one was brought forward by our managing director of planning and development, in that showing or talking to council during the final approval of the rezoning that there would be a contribution agreement signed between IPA and the township. So I can think of at least three situations where this was discussed.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Dan. I'll read the recommendation that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington authorize the mayor and clerk to execute a community benefit contribution agreement with the Elora Bess LP as outlined in report CAO 2025-16, and that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington approve the Bess community benefit allocation policy. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Craddock, seconder on that. Councillor Jefferson, any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? That's so moved. And I think we will now go into lunch break. Thank you for that. And to be back.
Lunch wasn't supposed to be ready till noon.
Yep.
So I'm just going to go check and make sure it's even here. But we need to be back by 1 o'clock.
By 1 o'clock.
Back by 12:30 for leaving at 11:30.
Well, we'll just see what goes on, and
No, we have scheduled people coming, and
so we plan to be back at 1. Thank you. Going to start our afternoon session. We'll start with item 9, presentation and announcements. And I'd like to, at this time, invite Christine up. And Christine will be talking about safe communities, Wellington County. Well, welcome.
Hello. Is this on? It's on. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm pleased to share that Wellington County has completed its 2025 review of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. This updated plan reflects our ongoing commitment to meeting the evolving needs of our community. With a strong focus on key issues such as mental health and addictions, building safe and connected communities, and fostering a sense of belonging for all residents, we continue to work together to make Wellington County a safer, healthier place to live. As required by the Community Safety and Policing Act, this review is conducted every 5 years to ensure that the service and programs in place are effective, responsive, and aligned with local needs. A community safety and well-being plan must include 3 key components. First, the identification of local priority risk factors based on community consultations and reliable data, including input from the OPP and public health. Second, the use of evidence-based programs and strategies that directly address those risk factors. And third, measurable outcomes with clear performance indicators to track our progress and impact. I'm proud to say that through collaboration and commitment, we have not only met but exceeded the provincial requirement for this plan. Yay! It's very exciting. I love the fact that the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan is all about bringing everybody together, and that's what's so important. At our leadership table, Lisa sits on our leadership table as well as Barb, and it's just so amazing to see everybody working together from the bottom, from Puss Lunch all the way up to Mount Forest. So thank you to all the organizations, individuals, and Wellington County departments who have contributed both to this most recent update and to the ongoing success of the plan over the past 5 years and future 5 years. Your dedication is what makes this work meaningful and impactful. Thank you. So yes, it's amazing that we have that, and I want to go into a little bit about what Safe Communities has been doing for the last little bit, and just because I don't often get in front of you. I know Lisa does report back, but it's always nice to be here. It has been a very busy and exciting year for Safe Communities Wellington County. Not only did we revise the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, but we also made great strides in increasing its visibility and impact through 2025. We have continued to expand our exposure across Wellington County through a variety of social media and media campaigns, focusing on issues that affect us all: falls, motor vehicle collisions, mental health initiatives, accidental poisonings, and farm and home safety. Our presence in the community has been strong. This year we attended the Drayton Farm Show, the Wellington County Farm and Home Safety Association Pancake Breakfast. That is a mouthful. The Lights and Sirens event in partnership with Fire and OPP, as well as the Fergus Lions Home Show and the Active Living Show at the Fergus Sportsplex. We also participated in the Spring Fling through the Community Resource Center and recently participated in the Center Wellington Fire Open House. We also were at Rockmosa Park for Party in the Park. These events have allowed us to engage with residents directly and keep community safety front and center, and talking about e-scooters and how they're not allowed on the roads. One of the highlights of the year was our Safe Communities Day, which we expanded from a one-day event into a 2-day program held on October 1st and 2nd. Actually, it's coming up in the next couple of weeks now. This format worked extremely well, and we'll be continuing this format this year as well. We connected with students virtually in between the 2 nutrition breaks, dedicating one day to 911 education and another day to highlight the role of our safety partners beyond emergency response. The result was incredible. We reached over 750 students. We also provided each school with safety-related materials, and we are continuing to build on this success. Looking ahead, we are making it a priority to attend more events and, importantly, to engage more youth. I think it's fantastic that a lot of the different municipalities are focusing on youth, so kudos to a lot of them, to everyone. Youth engagement is not only a focus of our community safety and well-being plan, but also a necessity for building safer communities over the next 5 years and beyond. I'm also excited to share that through Canadian Youth Road Safety Week, formerly National Teen Driver Safety Week, it has allowed me to visit high schools across Wellington County and some of the Guelph high schools. A new initiative called Snap for Change is empowering youth to identify and report issues in their communities, whether it's a pothole that is causing damage to vehicles, speeding, or other safety concerns. This initiative gives young people a voice and ensures that their perspectives are part of shaping safer communities. In closing, I want to thank you for listening and for your ongoing support of Safe Communities Wellington County. Together, we are making a real difference. I look forward to continuing this important work with all of you in the months and years ahead. Thank you.
Yes. Comments, questions? Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters, thank you for a really thorough overview. This is something that, yes, we do every 5 years. From the initial plan years ago to what it is now. So for those of you that don't know, we were mimicking Halton Board for the longest time, and the province, the Solicitor General at the time, really thought that was the way safe communities should be. And it is an excellent report. And so we took all those ideas and we came up with what we have today. And I far believe that ours is better. Yay. So that being said, there's a lot of information in here. I welcome council to reach out to me if you have any questions that I can take to the next meeting on Wednesday.
Yes.
And because we are working on a lot, and I think recently really with focusing on roads and me working with Councillor Lloyd on that, it's really had an impact. And so thank you. And thank you for coordinating all this, Christine. She's a big part, even though she's part-time, it's a big part. And so thank you for coming today.
Councillor Evi.
Thank you, through you, sir. Christine, thank you as always. I just wrote it down so I don't forget what I wanted to say, but I've been there since the inception of this, and I am very proud to see the iterations and the evolutions of this and the way that we are addressing. I think what's important to note is that we address the statistics that come from and in and about our own community, and I'm not sure that people understand that. So thank you to your continued commitment and to Angela and the rest of your team for running this and for evolving as is needed. Thanks.
Any other comments, questions from council? Okay. Well, thank you very much for your presentation, and thank all the people around you in terms of supporting this important document for our community. We really appreciate it. Appreciate your time today to come and speak to us.
Well, thank you for having me.
Okay, now we're going to go down to item number 10, delegations. And at this time, 10.1, we're going to ask Kurt McQueen on behalf of the Fergus-Elora District Soccer Highland Rugby Group to come up and speak to us. Welcome, Kurt.
There we go. Okay. First of all, thank you to the mayor and council as well as staff for addressing this need for a multi-use indoor facility, both through the Rec and Parks plan and the feasibility study. Thanks to the consultants from MGA McQueen Galloway Associates for their extensive community outreach and time spent pulling the report together. I'm Kurt McQueen, president of Fergus-Elora District Soccer. Joe Boley of Fergus Highland Rugby is unable to make it due to work commitments, but I can share thoughts from this group. Andy Abra and Logan from Centre Wellington Celtics basketball, they're here too, and we'll share some specific thoughts regarding basketball a little bit later. We're here both individually and collectively to show our support for the report and let you know we're ready to assist in any way to make this multi-use recreational facility, including a gymnasium, turf field, and walking track, come to fruition. To give myself a bit more credibility as well for all the sports. My kids played Fed soccer. My wife and I coached in years past. My wife has coached Center Wellington Celtics basketball with Andy for our daughter and son. And my son picked up rugby way back in grade 8 with Highland Rugby and played all the way through. And now he's playing out at UBC thanks to them. So all amazing clubs. I think the last time I was speaking from this standpoint in this room was over 6 years ago as a community delegate representing soccer and rugby advocating for an indoor turf facility. This is an excerpt from that little speech from early 2019. I'll try to make myself sound 6 years younger. Okay, so from 2019, looking at the draft Parks, Recreation and Culture Master Plan and Capital Forecast details for Center Wellington, it is evident that there has been consideration for a study and then potentially an eventual indoor turf facility. On behalf of this team of motivated community sports groups, I can say that there is significant interest in such a facility now, and we would like to start the process sooner than indicated on the timeline. Specifically, we'd be asking for a feasibility study for an indoor turf facility to occur in 2019 rather than 2020. To help you picture the possibilities, let's talk a little bit about what this could be. So as mentioned, it could be a facility, perhaps freestanding, perhaps added to an existing building, perhaps using an existing structure but with extensive renovations. It would be indoor, fairly self-explanatory. It would be turf, meaning a multi-use surface that can safely allow sports and activities to be played typically that are played on grass. The size of a turf field, ideally something close to a full field for our sports. Anything else? Perhaps another auxiliary adjoining sports surface of some sort beside the turf to maximize activity options, perhaps a gymnasium. And I would think incorporating a walking track would be essential in maximizing appeal to the entire community. Now, this is my present day voice. Despite this advocacy and some encouraging collaboration with township staff and council at the time, something called COVID got in the way of such priorities, and it took a while to get back on track. It's nice to see we are back on track and hopefully full speed ahead with a multi-use recreational facility. My point in dragging up these old words is to demonstrate that the desire, need, and excitement for such a place has been around a long time. As detailed in the Parks and Rec Plan, the Parks and Recreation Community Engagement Report, and this study, soccer is a popular and growing sport. We have hundreds of registrants for both outdoor and indoor programs, over 1,300 in total each of the past few years. Between September and May, we offer both indoor house league for youth and adults, as well as training for our rep teams. This coming season, we are up to 15 youth rep teams. This is our highest ever. Fergus Highland Rugby is a growing club as well, with registration from 360 in 2019 to 635 in 2024. They are highly involved in the community and offer a range of programs and teams from their minis programs for youngsters all the way up to the Highland Old Guys, affectionately known as the Hogs. Currently, for both sports, any indoor training or programs we provide takes place on gym floors or by renting time at a facility outside of our community. These less desirable options are growth limiting for soccer and rugby. A Center Wellington indoor facility would allow us to maintain proper year-round training for excellence in these sports and continue to grow the interest and participation in soccer and rugby. I just wanted to point out a quick correction from the study, just so there isn't misunderstanding. So page 51 and 52 in the business plan portion of the study, there's reference to the second sports survey that happened this past August. The September to May average anticipated usage for rugby was reported at 21.5 hours per week and soccer at 15 hours per week. It should be the other way around as reported on the survey on page 33, with soccer at 21.5 hours per week and rugby at 15 hours per week. So essentially the total hours, including input from lacrosse for that September to May, they add up to the same. But just in terms of overall usage, I think soccer came out with anticipated the most hours. Fed Soccer and Fergus Highland Rugby are ready to commit to take the next steps with the township as key user groups of this new facility with specific interest in the indoor turf. We are happy to be involved with advocacy and planning and anything else that is needed. Given its strong connection to 11.1, I'll finish up briefly speaking to item 11.4, priority setting for indoor recreational facilities, and the very difficult decision that council faces due to financial constraints. Start with another ice pad at JEC in Elora, or start with the multi-use rec facility at the Sportsplex. Given my earlier words and the sporting groups I'm representing, we would strongly advocate that the Council of the Township of Centre Wellington prioritize the construction of a multi-use recreation facility within the draft 2026 10-year capital forecast. A few general reasons to move forward first with the indoor facility, including turf, walking track, and gymnasium. Number one, we would be adding something to our community that is needed but does not exist. We have ice, we need more, but facilities do exist. That township does not have a turf field or an indoor walking track. And other than an auditorium/hall in the Sportsplex, the township does not have a purpose-built gymnasium. Number two, with such a facility on the Sportsplex grounds, there's a huge opportunity for partnerships with the near high school, keeping youth engaged and offering diverse exercise and sports options during the school year while using non-primetime hours that may be a little bit more difficult to fill. And finally, number three, the multi-use recreational facility best aligns with Centre Wellington's strategic plan goal of improving the activity, health, and wellness of our community, as well as the Parks and Recreation Plan theme of supporting health and well-being, encouraging physical activity, mental wellness, and healthy lifestyles, recognizing that Parks and Recreation connect people, fostering a healthier, more active, and engaged community. Our community. We are a growing and increasingly diverse community. We need to prioritize a place that will match our growth and our diversity. Diverse in age, diverse in culture, diverse in activity interests. An indoor multi-use recreational facility would be that place, offering safe access to a wide variety of exercise options for all ages and abilities, and endless opportunities as an event space to connect people 12 months a year. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Thank you for your considerations. And I think I'm allowed to ask for any questions.
Yes. We're going to open it to council for questions for clarification. Okay. Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters, and thank you, Kurt, for coming to speak today. Really appreciate all the comments you've made, and as a former family that was involved heavily in feds a while ago now. Really appreciate the perspective from the soccer community. You mentioned that not having the indoor turf facility is a bit limiting for feds and for Highland Rugby. Could you just say a little bit more about what you mean by that, please?
Yeah, so I talked, and this is kind of coordinated with Joe. I was talking with him on the phone this morning, and that was a strong point that he made. Perhaps more related to rugby, it's very difficult to train realistically for rugby on gym floors. They do through community use with the school boards, try and do some training, conditioning. And then in terms of the turf field and going out of town, there may be families that we aren't, who we aren't accessing because of the out of town nature. Well, typically, sometimes it's the University of Guelph, which is a bit more traveling. We're usually in Martin. Again, something in the community might make it more accessible to all.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you. I just wanted to clarify my support for you in terms of everything that you've been doing for advocating for this project. I've sat with you now for 2 terms, I think, on the committee's Change But Healthy advisories, and your continued work to kind of make sure that all groups are inclusive in this project and keeping this project moving ahead is definitely seen and appreciated.
Thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters. Thank you for a really thorough overview for the need. With regards to rugby, it's probably not safe for rugby to train on a regular gym floor. Is that correct?
No, yeah. It would be more conditioning and ball handling versus any sort of contact. Mm-hmm. And really in the same way with soccer, we're not going full on gym floors even though I do play in the adult league on gym floors. But the kids and sort of the training they do isn't as much as they would be able to do on turf.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm looking at it from a safety perspective too. Yeah, okay, perfect.
Okay, any other questions for clarification? Okay. Well, thank you, Kurt, for your presentation. And I'll bring up our next group now. I'll ask Andy and Logan to come up. And maybe you can introduce yourselves and tell us who you're representing.
I'm Andy Abra. I'm with the Center Wellington Celtics. I'm the president. I also do a lot of work with Team Addy in a 3-on-3 tournament that I'm sure you guys know about. And then,
yep, perfect. We can do some talking here with the support of Andy. So my name is Logan LeBlanc. I've been a volunteer with the Center Wellington Celtics for about 5 years now, both as a coach and a board member, getting more involved in sponsorship and fundraising. Also just had my first child, so looking forward to, as my daughter gets older, seeing her reap the benefits of this investment in Parks and Rec. So really appreciative of that. So yeah, again, I'll leverage Andy for support, but I'd just like to make some talking points just to get you more familiar with what we're doing in our club, what we've been up to over the years, and why we'd like to advocate for putting a gymnasium in the new multi-surface rec facility. So again, our club, since I've been volunteering, we've seen a net increase in participants come out to tryouts over the last 5 years. This year being the most significant. When I crunched the numbers on the weekend, it was up about 12.5%. That does not include our house league. That's just rep league participants. And we also have adult leagues that we're running now as well. We do have 18 rep teams. That's the most in the club's history. And again, we'd like to, take advantage of having a gym there to accommodate some of this space. The majority of our players are local. So some of them coming in from Wellington North as well and East Wellington. But from what we are seeing now, I haven't crunched the final numbers, but the majority are from Center Wellington, which is nice to see. And we're seeing this influx of participation, and we're also running into a bit of resource limitations. I know Kurt touched on this a bit, but right now we are using the gymnasiums throughout CW through the schools. But we are also starting to outsource to Guelph, starting to see the amount of teams that are coming in. We often share these gyms with varsity sports, which does limit our ability to grow. And we're also finding that we're limited at the high school, which would be the most suitable gym for us due to the closure on PA days. So with the community center, we could really take advantage and run PA day camps, as well as March break and Christmas break. Missed opportunity there when we don't have a gym to run camps or clinics for the kids. Also huge demand in the summertime as well. There's always been a huge demand for having summer camps where we're noticing the local kids are typically going elsewhere when we could take advantage of that in the community. And then, yeah, furthermore, so accessibility and affordability from that standpoint for basketball, it is a relatively accessible and affordable sport. So we really are just asking players to show up with a pair of sneakers. And again, we are a not-for-profit organization. So we're putting all our fees we receive back into gym rental fees. For our younger groups, we are providing reused uniforms to keep fees low. So overall, very affordable and highly inclusive as well. You may or may not have heard Andy's done a lot of great work partnering with Jumpstart and Patrick Anderson on a new wheelchair basketball league, which is fantastic. So again, welcomes all players of backgrounds and abilities. So we could take advantage again of a gymnasium in that community center, not just limited to one purpose in basketball. Moving on to economic strategic benefits, wanted to make some notes about this. So new courts would allow us to host tournaments in Ontario Basketball League weekends, which we're starting to see hosted all over the province now. A good example I like to reference is the Meridian Community Center. It's in Pelham, and it's a very simplified design, but it's been fantastic. All our players and parents have commented on it. They've got, again, multi-use surfaces, including 2 basketball gymnasiums, and we've really seen in that small Pelham community, when they have an OBL weekend, it really boosts tourism. Local businesses are gaining benefits from that, and as well as the hospitality revenue again. So definitely an opportunity to take advantage of that. And then again, from a strategic economic standpoint, and Kurt again can speak on this as well, that having these surfaces are a bit of a good return on investment, lower maintenance, and high year-round utilization. Higher year-round utilization. Just before I wrap up too, I wanted to note, if you're not familiar with the club as well, we've got some significant cultural and regional flair to us here. We've got some things we like to brag about. So our community is the hometown of the most decorated wheelchair basketball Olympian, being Patrick Anderson, who I referenced earlier. We like to take pride in that. And again, with the startup of this new league, really hoping to get some community engagement with that. We do also host the Team Addy 3-on-3 tournament, which now has become, as of this year, the largest in Canada, to my knowledge. And again, that is a fundraiser, a large 3-on-3 basketball tournament that we're now seeing everything does go to charity. So that's another benefit, where some of the other larger ones in Canada are for profit or just to partner with FIBA to move on to other tournaments around the nation. But we are a not-for-profit, again, partnering with Team Addy. And I meant to comment earlier as well, unfortunately, we did have to move this year's Team Addy to University of Guelph. We were lacking the space for an event of that size, and we've seen a significant increase in that over the years as well. And once again, not for profit. So when we partner up with Patrick as well as Team Addy, same with our club, all the fees are going back into the players and into the development of it. Before I close up too, just some additional strategic benefits that I would like to note. So I take pride in this one. I do have a background in industrial engineering, so I like to comment on operational efficiency. So again, lower maintenance costs, as well as the flexible scheduling, does allow for maximizing the facility use, which I'm sure we can all appreciate as well. So very low downtime. We will take advantage of the space. Right now, again, using the schools, we have maxed out our space as much as we can. And I know even Andy and I were talking earlier about our adult leagues, which I haven't really touched on, but we're pretty much down to 1 or 2 hours a week for our adults leagues, because that's all we can schedule in, prioritizing the youth leagues, rep leagues, house league. Equity inclusion, I know I touched on that a bit, but again, with indoor courts, they are climate resilient, as Kurt has noted on. So we can have access for seniors, those with mobility challenges, and again, we could even introduce down the road leagues for adult leagues, but different tiers of that. So lots of future potential there. And then finally, trend alignment as well. So basketball is a large growing sport in Canada, again, mostly due to some of the factors I touched on, accessibility, affordability. So we are seeing, again, that growth every year, the 12.5% for rep this year, but we do expect that to continue to grow. And like I mentioned, that doesn't include house leagues. So we are seeing kids become more interested in that. And also, you may not be familiar with this year's NBA champion. That's where the Thunder, Oklahoma City, they had the most Canadians in this finals than ever in history. And finals MVP was a Canadian. So again, lots of the youth are very interested in this and seeing this and want to get involved and are looking in their community to do that. So again, thanks again for letting me speak. I'll just wrap up by saying that, again, it's basketball is a rapidly growing sport in our community, and we have the chance to be at the heart of that growth. So again, with a new gymnasium, we can continue to expand, support youth, and bring economic, cultural value to our community. So again, respectfully ask for your support and just helping us include this gymnasium. And thanks for hearing me out. This is very interesting. I've never done anything like this, but love to get out and support. Not sure if Andy, you'd like to add anything, but I tried to cover.
I was thinking of things that you were missing, and then you hit them all.
Perfect. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay. Thank you, Logan and Andy. A question for clarification. Thank you, Councillor McDonald.
To you, Mayor Waters. Well, you looked over here, so I'm figuring you picked on me. Through you, Mayor Waters. You hit some key notes there. And by the way, thank you for coming. I know it's not easy, but this is the People's Chamber, so welcome. Sports tourism. It's a big topic right now. I have the experience where I've visited many recreation facilities. I can absolutely say I'm jealous of a lot of them. In grant funding, anything we hit with sports tourism, and you just speaking to that really comes to mind. So, if we were ever to apply for a grant, that's definitely a highlight that they look at. So thank you for bringing that up. Yeah. And thank you for the strategic planning overview. That was excellent. Yeah.
Yes, Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. My question, you were saying, is it the Pelham? Pelham has 2 courts?
Yes, they do. Meridian Community Center, it's called. Yeah.
Okay.
2 courts. They have other, again, sports in there, ice pads, everything, but we were really impressed with, their design of it. And again, they kept it simple, but we've been there over the last few years for Ontario Basketball League. And that's always an example I like to think of. I know there's more out there too, but yeah.
And do you figure, like, currently you're utilizing all the gymnasiums kind of in the area at the schools and that?
Correct.
If there's one, like a full-size gymnasium put in, would that be enough to accommodate everything that you're doing, or are you going to still have to utilize the gymnasiums at the schools?
Yeah, I touched on that. Yes, thank you.
So, yeah, with it would, for us to bring in that sports tourism that you both just chatted about and what Pelham does. So Pelham has a tournament or has like games all weekend long. And with one tournament you would need one full size court, and that would bring 8 teams into the community, and it brings 8 teams into Pelham. They actually have 2 courts, so it brings 16 teams in. And then that's 16 times probably 10 to 12 people and families that brings them into the restaurants and everything. And it is every weekend that it is full. It's tough to get Airbnbs, it's tough to get hotels in Pelham because of the tournaments that they run. And the way basketball works, it's a little different than hockey. It's not like league play where you go up to Arthur and have a game and there's really no league play. It's all tournament based. So, and OBA, Ontario Basketball Association, expects clubs to host tournaments. That's how they get their game plan, and we would 100% be one of those. The only reason we don't do it now is because we only have the Saturday at the high school and just don't have the venue for it. So with 1 court, we would be able to run, and our plan would 100% be try to book it every weekend through the basketball season and run it during the basketball season. The next thing is summer basketball. Logan touched on it. Basketball is kind of somehow, which is kind of frustrating for me because I wouldn't mind a break, but turned into a 12-month sport. And there's a demand for it, and Guelph and Center Wellington don't have any basketball courts to use in the summer. So, and just a little bit, one more touch, sorry, I'm rambling. The schools, we only have 1 court that's suitable for games, and we use all the courts. So there's like St. Joe's High School, which is a little bit bigger than this room that we have practices in. Like we have U16 boys practicing in a half court. And in our Center Wellington High School, we share that with 2 teams. So everything's full. Every single gym is full in Center Wellington. And yeah, I don't know if I answered your question. Okay.
Councillor Eveline.
Thank you through you, sir. Very excited. First of all, let me say, whilst I lament the fact that we don't have a space big enough for the Team Maddie competition and tournaments, I love that you found somewhere else that can do it, and great that it's still growing. When we discuss the idea that sports tourism, not just this, but sports tourism will grow what's happening in our community, we're already not a huge amount of spaces. And the first thing you said was there's nowhere to stay when you go to Pelham. So I would hope that this discussion is in tandem with, a lot of other discussions, because to build it and they will come is great, but we also have to have somewhere for them to come to. So I'm very excited about how the overall rollout will look as we go forward.
Yeah, and we can tailor tournaments. I have done tournaments in the past at the high school, and I just try to focus on local teams that wouldn't need hotels, or you do a 1-day tournament on Saturday and a 1-day tournament on Sunday, that sort of thing. But we could kind of tailor our tournaments based on what we have, and then the more you get, the more we get to have.
Any other comments or questions for clarification for our guest here? Okay. Well, thank you, gentlemen. Okay.
Thank you for speaking.
Now I'd like to invite up Anthea. Welcome, Anthea.
Thanks. Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council. My name is Anthea Milliken, and I'm delegating regarding the prioritization of recreational options. I'm here to say that I don't think that you should have to choose between a $34 million project and a $55 million project. And I think there are a lot of underlying assumptions here, and that these things are so important to the community, then we should be looking at an option that incorporates everything that the community needs within the funds available. So I've been following the discussion on a MRF, and I think there are underlying assumptions that are driving the costs. You could have a walking track in a simple dome. You could build a walking track adjacent to an ice pad in a dome. You could have the center of the track be an ice pad or other activities. At Martin, it is adjacent to washrooms, and they have nets to protect the walkers. I'm concerned that this has been set up as a choice. Even though the report says it's not a choice, it is a prioritization, it is in fact a choice. It's unfortunate to pit various segments of a community against each other. I like a walking track, and I have family who may use an ice pad. Mind you, with these kinds of price tags attached to the projects, we might be lucky to see one of them in the next 10 years. This may be benefiting another generation of users. From an outsider's perspective, this feels very expensive and complicated, and I know that there have been consultants involved for the entire process. I wish we could approach this in a much more authentic grassroots way. Instead of saying we cannot afford to proceed with these two very expensive options, why aren't we saying how can we achieve the objectives of this community within the budget we have? That's what a family would do. We don't say I need the most expensive this or I need the most expensive that. We say what can we do to get both of them with the budget that we have. I'm also confused about the process that's been followed here. I understand about the consultation for Parks and Rec report, and I note the report on the MRF on today's agenda and the recommendation that be sent out for consultation. I'm wondering why at the same time this report on prioritization is here. I know that it's budget time and the capital budgets have to be set, but having these two reports on the same agenda feels contradictory. If you follow the options set out by staff and prioritize the ice pad, why bother sending the MRF out for consultation? It will be so far down the road as to become a distant dream. I urge you, as the delegated representatives, to say to staff, why does it have to be done this way? How did these very simple propositions become so expensive and so complex? I hear from many in the community the frustration over the heavy use of consultants. There seems to me, just a regular person, there must be a way of listening to your community and making decisions based on what they want that are simpler and more straightforward. I urge you to reject the recommendation to prioritize one project over the other, and take a step back and say, what does this community want and how can we make it happen? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Anthea. Councillor McDonald.
You, Mayor Waters. Thank you so much because yes, we need it all. We need it all based on, feedback from the community. So I can honestly say when I first looked at the agenda, it's like, why do I have to choose? I shouldn't have to choose. And so I do agree with you on that. And thank you for bringing that forward.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Okay. Thank you, Anthea.
Thank you.
Okay. Now we're going to go down to considerations of reports. And we'll start with the multi-use recreation facility studies. And we have Pat Newsom here to speak to that.
Good afternoon. Today, the council will review the indoor multi-use recreation facility feasibility study and business plan prepared by McQueen Galloway Associates, or MGA, and the recommendation is to accept these studies for information. The reports build on the 2019 Parks and Recreation Master Plan, which emphasized the need for consultation with local field youth sport organizations regarding municipal involvement in the indoor artificial turf market. In 2024, the township began updating its Parks and Recreation Plan to establish a long-term strategy for growth and development. As part of the Parks and Recreation Plan, this project was added to the consultant scope of work to benefit from the extensive engagement that was taking place as part of the Parks and Recreation Plan. An extensive engagement process has been conducted, gathering insights from the community, user groups, and partners. This effort culminated in the needs assessment, which identified gaps in future needs. The completed multi-use recreation facility study and business plan will be presented by our consultants, MGA. The reports will guide council and staff in considering future investments. It is proposed that these studies be shared on Connect CW and circulated to the Healthy Communities Advisory Committee and Diversity, Equity and Inclusion Advisory Committee. In summary, these findings provide a foundation for enhancing recreation in the community. The council looks forward to the presentation. The council looks forward to the presentation from MGA and engaging in discussion and about the proposed recommendations. So with that, I would like to introduce Tracy McQueen and Terry Allman from MGA to present their reports.
Welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Newsom. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council, staff, and delegations that presented earlier. My name is Terry Allman. I'm a senior associate with MGA, and I'm joined by Tracy McQueen, the principal. And I should note that there's no relationship between Tracy McQueen and Kurt McQueen, who you heard from earlier. Am I just pressing?
To the right.
Oh. Whoops, too fast. Okay, so I'll provide a brief overview of the report. Some of the information's already been covered, and much of it has been well covered by the first two delegations. But as Ms. Newsom has mentioned, that the feasibility study and business plan served to implement the recommendation that was contained in the 2019 Parks and Recreation Culture Plan. So in general, the purpose of a feasibility study is to determine whether or not, in this case, the MRF is practical, sustainable, and aligned with community needs. And we'll circle back to that later on in the presentation, but I think you've already heard strong support from delegations. As Ms. Newsom mentioned, the feasibility studies and associated business plans can happen on their own, but cleverly, strategically, staff included as part of the overall needs assessment parks plan and parks and recreation plan, as Ms. Newsom has mentioned, which benefited from a much broader and more robust community engagement strategy that you might otherwise find in a separate feasibility study. So it was overwhelming from the variety of engagement exercises that we had gone through, that in no particular order, the four key amenities that came about were the gymnasium, the indoor turf field, the walking track, and multi-purpose rooms, and which offered a variety of activities and sport opportunities for a variety of groups. And not just sport, I know we heard from our delegations, but it's also important to note that there's more than just sports that are anticipated to be accommodated by the MRF, and there's really a whole host of cultural activities, recreational activities, and services that would be included in this. Part of the request for proposal asked us to look at a site assessment that's contained, as you know, in the feasibility study. We looked at the JECC site and the Sportsplex site. At the end of the day, the JECC, regardless if whether it was twinned, simply didn't have the space to be able to accommodate the proposed MRF, which then takes us to the preferred location being the Sportsplex site. And again, not definitive on whether or not it should be an expansion to the existing Sportsplex or a standalone facility. The proposed capital funding amount is that comes in at $55 million and is inclusive of Sorry, I better catch up on my note. It's inclusive of a capital construction, an allowance for parking, an allowance for landscaping, architect services, project management services, and a project contingency. So that's for a facility that runs in just shy of 73,000 square feet. So the benefits of the MRF have been largely expressed by our first two delegations, but I'll circle back to the original purpose of a feasibility study to determine whether it's practical, sustainable, and aligned with community needs. So very clearly, is it practical? All four of the major amenities contained in the MRF are multi-purpose in nature, so they'll accommodate a wide variety of activities, including events, fairs, festivals, and so on, to a large segment of the population. So practical, yes. Sustainable, the business plan shows the financial sustainability behind the MRF, but information contained in the feasibility study around your demographics and some of your higher or faster growing age cohorts show very strong support that not only will the MRF be heavily utilized as early as today, but will continue to be utilized in decades to come. So moving on to the business plan. One note, the business plan, you will note that has some repetitive or duplicate information that's contained in the feasibility study. That is not an error. That's purposeful, because while the two reports are being tabled with you this afternoon, they need to stand alone. So the necessary information is contained in both. So the first part of the business plan really just summarizes all of the key amenities and what is the anticipated use. So in the feasibility study, we outlined the top 10 trending activities that were contained in indoor turf facilities and gymnasiums. This then serves to translate from the provincial trends what really the priorities are that we heard from Centre Wellington related sport groups. I'll just mention a couple of things. So shared change rooms, it came to mind that we're not talking about gender neutral change rooms here. We're really meaning change rooms that will accommodate both the gymnasium side and the indoor turf side. We make a point of highlighting the importance, strategic importance of sufficient storage space. It's often the area that gets downgraded when it comes to pulling things together. But we need to ensure that it is fundamental to actually continuing to meet the ongoing needs within all of those spaces. So not only do we have to include space for equipment related to the existing needs, but also to anticipate additional storage needs for emerging sports. We looked at some comparables within a 50-kilometer range. That range is just arbitrary. We're thinking basically within an hour's drive. And it told us a couple of things, that there doesn't seem to be any specific dimensions for an indoor turf field. As you can see, there's a variety of lengths and widths that are contained in the kind of immediate market area. And also, there was no consistency in hourly rates for rental, ranging from $180 to $250, and there's no relationship to the fee being charged and the size. So specifically, the Dufferin Rural Heritage Community Center is one of the lower, lesser sized turf fields, but they have the highest price. So we work with staff to kind of reverse engineer things, to keep in mind that we needed to make sure that we were setting fees that were consistent with council's policy on a 30% discount to minor sport groups. So we looked at the overall range, and then had a moderately higher adult rate in order to take the 30% down and bring it to a more reasonable rate. And at that point, that's how we established the 192.50. It was somewhat arbitrary, but certainly less than what existing groups are paying currently if they're using the Martin Center. The same comparables were done with gymnasiums. So once again, we see a range of hourly use from $55 to $189. And again, same sort of reverse engineering to accommodate the 30% discount and have it a reasonable rate. In that case, work was staffed and felt that the $75 range would be appropriate. So then we added the 30% to come up with our adult rate. So in the same way that the existing Sportsplex contributes in a number of ways to the economy, so too would the MRF. And we've heard our delegations talk about that, what the impact is. So this would simply serve to supplement and augment the existing economic benefits that you're already realizing with the Sportsplex. And in many ways, having the facility, particularly the indoor turf facility here, you would be returning some of that economic activity that is being associated with Martin. It would be bringing it back home. Okay. The minor sports survey, and our apologies to the delegation. That is our error. We ended up inverting the utilization between soccer and rugby, so we own that. That's my bad, and apologies to Mr. McQueen. So the difference between the information that you see in the business plan versus that in the feasibility study was a more general questions asked about if we had an indoor facility, what amenities would you see being contained in there and how much would you utilize it? In the business plan, we circled back to those groups and with defined amenities, and we were able to get much more specific numbers that we could in turn use to pull together our revenue projections, because then with an established rate based on comparables, with desired use from minor sport, we were able to project those revenues, and we would suggest that they're on the conservative side altogether. The staffing plan, so we, in order to operate this facility, we are anticipating a total FTE of about 5.8, 4 of which are full-time staff to be able to operate the facility. The full-time facility coordinator would report to an existing manager, so there would be no additional management cost there, and an additional 1.8 FTE that would go towards part-time customer service and facility attendant staff. And as you see, and I know we forecasted a 10-year detail budget of expenses and revenues for you, but all in all, the majority of the years, the revenues, again, which are conservative, would offset the expenditures, which is somewhat unique to be able to have a project that doesn't add additional challenges onto the levy. And lastly, we pulled together a series of strategic actions, important next steps that we see that needs to be conducted, and I won't go into details on all of them. It's clear that the council and the community has read the report, but two I'd like to focus on is the critical decision that council will need to make in terms of whether or not it's an expansion to the Sportsplex or a standalone facility. If the extension lands weren't part of the formula, it would almost be inevitable that the MRF would need to be an expansion to the existing sportsplex, to be able to basically optimize the space. We believe that with the extension lands, the township would be well served by an overall site master plan with the extension lands. And we recognize it'll be primarily focused on play fields, outdoor event space, trails, and the like. But we believe it important to see to what extent in the multi-use recreation facility might play an integrative part in supporting the overall site now. So walls in has you looking one way, walls out, we suggest might have you looking a different way to create this overall campus type feeling and provide a greater connection to the outdoor space as part of the extension lands. So I will conclude at that point. Happy to answer any questions that you have, Mr. Mayor, or members of council, and also invite Tracy to join me.
Thank you, Terry. Yes, comments, questions, Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you. Actually, just more of a compliment. I just want to say thank you for the way there was a lot of information in that plan. It was very clear in the short term, medium, and long term. It was laid out really nice. And I really appreciated that you guys realized the other master plans and stuff we had going on, as well as our economic development master plan, which is coming up next, and our active transportation plan. And there was like a real attempt to try to make some connection to all of those. So I saw the synergy there, and I think it was really well done. So thank you. Yeah.
Very much. Any other further comments or questions from council as it relates to this? Well, thank you. You did a very good job, and thank you for presenting today. So at this point, I'm going to read, yes, go. Do you have a question or? Okay, I'm going to read a recommendation that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington receive the indoor multi-use recreation facility feasibility study and the indoor multi-use recreational facility business plan for information, and that Council direct staff to share the studies on Connect CW and circulate to Healthy Communities Advisory Committee and the Diversity, Equity and Inclusion Advisory Committee. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Adams, seconder on that, Councillor Craddock. Any further comments or questions? Yes, Councillor Wilton.
Just curious if it should also be going to the Economic Prosperity Committee. Just there are a lot of connections to the economic kind of strategic initiatives in terms of tourism and that type of thing. I don't think it's imperative that it does. I'm just kind of curious if what my colleagues might think of that.
Go ahead, Councillor McDonald.
You, Mayor Waters. I agree with Councillor Wilton for it to go to Economic Development and Prosperity, simply for the reason you mentioned in the Strategic Action Plan, the benefits in the last line of financial benefits, and that is something they could put a lens on for sure. In the overview, I think would be a good idea.
Dan, can you maybe speak to that?
Through Mayor Waters, if that's council's direction, we can certainly add that presentation to the Economic Prosperity and Growth Committee as well.
Councillor Evelyn.
Thank you, sir. Through you, I'd like to take a minute, although I preamble by saying I appreciate the work and look forward to moving forward. I also want to thank our delegate. I think perhaps we've gone a long way down the road to do away with the consultant work that we've done thus far. But I want to say that going forward, I hope that we can incorporate that kind of mentality where we look at how do we achieve, and going forward as well here, but how do we achieve the most for the least? And I just want to say I appreciated the delegate for coming up and sharing that thought, and I look forward to incorporating that mindset going forward. But thanking you guys so much for your work.
Okay. I think we need to incorporate that additional information that way, unless there's any more further comments or questions in terms of economic. Yeah, we're just, I'm just could you put that in the balance of that? And I'll just reread this again. So, and then I'll ask.
Consider it a friendly amendment.
Yeah, friendly amendment. Yeah. So I'll just read this out again. That the Council of Township of Centre Wellington receive the indoor multi-use recreation facility feasibility study, and that the indoor multi-use recreation facility business plan for information, and that Council direct staff to share the studies on Connect CW and circulate to Healthy Advisory Committee, the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Advisory Committee, and the Economic Prosperity and Growth Advisory Committee. So who was Councillor Adams? Councillor Craddock, do you agree to those changes? Okay, great. So that was our first and seconder, and then any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? So moved. Thank you very much. Okay, now we'll move down to item 11.2, Economic Development and Tourism Strategy. Oh, sorry.
Through you, Mayor. I'm just wondering if it makes sense to move the MRF report up here now that when we have the delegates in place, or if there's a reason not to, I'm okay with that too. I'm just curious.
Let me just speak to that. Priority setting for indoor recreation facilities, a report from Pat Newsom.
Thank you. Sorry, wasn't ready with my clips off. Came faster than I thought. The Township of Centre Wellington is experiencing significant growth, which is leading to an increased demand in indoor recreation facilities. The two main proposals on the table are the construction of a new ice pad and a multi-use recreation facility, or MRF. Both facilities are essential in enhancing the community's recreational landscape, promoting quality of life, and fostering economic development through community engagement and event hosting. However, the limitations imposed by the development charges, cash flow, and current debt capacity necessitate a decision on which project to prioritize for the 2026 10-year capital forecast. Currently, the township faces challenges with insufficient development charges, cash flow, and debt capacity, making it impractical to pursue both projects at the same time. The upcoming development charges study will provide pivotal data to clarify funding options. This information is crucial as Council assesses which project to prioritize for the 2026 budget forecast, as timely decisions are essential for resource allocation and capitalizing on potential grant and funding opportunities related to these projects. There's two distinct paths. Oh, sorry. I thought you were waving it. Okay. Option one, prioritize the construction of a new ice pad to meet the existing demand for ice facilities, which has been highlighted as a significant deficiency in the community. The Parks and Recreation Plan indicates a requirement for additional ice pads to accommodate the growing population engaged in ice sports and enhance recreational options for families. Option two, prioritize the establishment of a multi-use recreation facility, or MRF, that would offer a versatile space for various community activities and sports, thereby addressing a broader range of recreational needs. I'm just going to go into each option with a little bit more detail. Option one, a new ice pad. The proposed ice pad aims to twin the existing facilities at the Jefferson Elora Community Center, addressing the urgent documented deficiency in the community's ice facilities. The anticipated expenditure is approximately $34.7 million. Current utilization rates indicate a pressing need for additional ice time, as the existing facilities are operating at approximately 99% usage rate. The Parks and Recreation Plan indicated that in 2024, the township required 3.81 ice pads, with a current capacity right now of 3 ice pads. The proposed new ice facility would significantly enhance local ice sports, reduce scheduling conflicts, and improve community engagement. In consideration the future of ice facilities in Centre Wellington, an important question arises. Why twinning the Jefferson Elora Community Centre is the most advantageous location for the 4th ice pad in Centre Wellington? When examining the operating costs, the difference between a twin pad and a single pad are quite pronounced. Twin pad arenas have demonstrated increased operational efficiencies compared to single pad facilities. This efficiency translates to more favorable annual operating costs, ultimately benefiting the community. One consideration expressed involves adding another ice pad to the Sportsplex. However, if this were pursued, it would function operationally as a single pad, which would not yield any significant efficiencies. Consequently, the annual operating cost implications would not be favorable. All things equal, such as operating hours and utility costs, the difference is the staff labor costs. To illustrate the financial impact of these choices, the additional staffing costs necessary to twin the JECC during the ice season is approximately $15,000. In contrast, establishing a 3rd pad at the Sportsplex would incur estimated costs amounting almost $200,000 annually. Furthermore, the existing ice resurfacer at the JECC is capable of surfacing 2 ice pads efficiently. However, a 3rd pad constructed at the Sportsplex would be an additional ice resurfacer would be required, with an estimated capital cost of $175,000. So just going to take you back a bit. How ice works is it's usually rented on the hour. So at the Sportsplex, ice on one pad goes on the hour and the other one goes on the half hour. One ice resurfacer and one ice team can go half hour to half hour and manage to resurface all that ice all during the prime time hours, weekends, evenings. If you add a 3rd pad, that team cannot add a 3rd pad to their schedule. There's not enough time in every hour to get to a 3rd pad, so you would need another team that was doing the 3rd pad plus an ice resurfacer. If you put the 2nd team at the JECC, we're already paying for the overhead of cost of ice. You would need to add for some facility assistance to assist with cleaning the dressing rooms, but that one team could go pad to pad. So that's the difference and why we're recommending from a staff level of twinning an ice pad versus building a 3rd pad at the Sportsplex. Option 2, I guess I just want to add, I'm going to find where I was. Okay, so option 2 is the multi-use recreation facility. The MRF is projected at a total cost of $55 million and aims to serve a diverse range of activities and community needs. Key components include a gymnasium, turf field, indoor walking track, and multi-use spaces designed to cater to year-round recreation opportunities. The MRF studies indicate strong community demand, suggesting that the MRF could engage segments of the population currently underserviced by existing facilities, promoting an active lifestyle and providing increased recreational options. The identified location for the MRF is the Sportsplex grounds. With the added lands purchased adjacent to the Sportsplex, this provides an opportunity to expand at this site, not available at the JECC with land constraints. There needs to be further study to determine whether it's a standalone facility or an expansion of the current Sportsplex, which one is more advantageous. Both options have remarkable benefit. They promote social inclusion, community engagement, and economic growth. They enhance youth development and create opportunities for jobs in our community. Both facilities serve as a community hub, which can lead to improved health and wellness. As the council deliberates on which facility to prioritize, it is essential to weigh the immediate needs for ice sports against the potential broader recreation engagement through a multi-use recreation facility. Each option presents unique advantages and implications for the community, and the discussion will directly impact the future recreational landscape of Centre Wellington. I just want to talk a little bit about indoor walking tracks. The MRF feasibility study and the Parks and Recreation Plan emphasize a strong community demand for indoor walking track, identified as a top recreation priority in Centre Wellington. This amenity provides residents with safe, well-lit space for walking, encouraging physical activity and community engagement. It's essential to prioritize an indoor walking track in future facilities, ideally around a gymnasium, which the MRF feasibility study suggests as an optimal location for climate control and user experience. However, the walking track can be effectively incorporated to any significant anchor facility, such as an arena or a turf field. Given the strong community interest, it must be included in the planning of future indoor recreation options. Ignoring this would compromise the community's aspirations for enhancing recreational opportunities, and thus integrating a walking track is critical to fostering an active, engaging community in future development. And it should be noted that the cost to add an indoor walking track has not been incorporated to the cost of the twinning of the JECC. So that has not been added on to that cost. If that's the choice to go with first and you wanted to add a walking track, I would have to come back with what that price looks like. The resolution passed by Council today will guide the township staff in updating the 10-year capital forecast within the draft 2026 budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Comments, questions? Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters, and through you, thank you, Pat, for the report. I actually don't find this a difficult decision at all. I think a lot of the points that our delegations from soccer, rugby, and basketball made excellent points. Some of the ones that I think are key are that we currently don't have this type of facility. So we'd be opening up activity, health, wellness opportunities for all sorts of segments of our community, which are currently not available at all. So I think the clear option from my perspective, and I just want to put that out so everyone knows where I stand, is for option 2 for the Council of Township of Centre Wellington to focus the prioritization on the multi-use recreation facility for all of the reasons so eloquently stated by the delegations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilton. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you. Super excited to have this report here finally. I hope, we really need to get this into the capital plan and really start moving on it. I don't know if it's a coincidence or not. Ontario news thing popped up literally as you were coming up here, and it's Ontario investing $10 million to build New South Bowmanville Recreation Center, and it's focused on multi-use and accessibility. It's focusing on sports tourism. It's focusing on all of these things that we say today. These grants aren't always out there, but this government does seem to have an appetite, especially when you're filling in to get those kind of like tournaments and being able to host those kind of regional and provincial competitions. I think we do have to go big on this, and it's a need. I also agree. I think, MRF is something we don't have. I don't want this report to seem like we're pitting user groups against each other, because we're way behind. I think the consulting report really laid that out really well. We have a lot of work to do in putting like all those recommendations from the consultant into the plan, and I hope all those short-term, medium, long-term goals do get put into the capital plan, and then I think it'll be on us as council to keep deciding what those priorities are. So I don't love the wording of like either recommendation. MRF first priority, yes, I agree with that, but I also commend like Anthea coming and speaking. Sometimes maybe like we need to remain kind of flexible and being able to kind of like think big there. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Councillor Evoy.
Thank you, through you, sir. Thank you, Councillor Adams. I appreciate the work that I know you've been doing on this in the background, and I appreciate it all. Pat, so we had a stat, you shared a stat that our ICE needs have, I don't fully understand it all, but by numbers only, a need of 3.81 and a capacity of 3. I would like to see a similar statistic for all of our sports, because I bet by example, as we know, 6 fields for soccer alone missing. What do all those look like? And I personally would like to make a lot of those decisions based on where is the least, who is the least. I'm I think that would be very interesting to find out, because 0.81 in hockey, does that mean that's the equivalent of that, of course, is all that's missing in the others. I just think it's really important that we are as equitable as we possibly can be going forward. And in saying that, not mentioning, of course, you've mentioned, and thank you so much for bringing up the walking track. We couldn't possibly add that to the statistics because it doesn't currently exist, so it would be 100% not there. So I'd be just interested, not asking you to do more by any means, but in my head, I'm thinking about what do those numbers look like? So for me, I'm all about moving forward with the MRF and doing the most for the most.
Can I respond? Okay, thanks for that point. So I'm focusing on that number because that's the one I have for ice. But if you look at the needs assessment, it takes it through each sport and that we offer and clearly identifies if we have it, if the stats are there, what our deficiency is. And you're not wrong, in rectangular sports fields is another item that does need to be prioritized when we start to look at outdoor activities. So you're not wrong, but a lot of that data is there. Where we don't have the activity already, it's difficult to tell you what our deficiency is because we're going on more anecdotal data, not actual real data that we have from decades of operating certain types of facilities. So that's all I was going to say, is a lot of that is captured in the needs assessment.
Thank you. And through the mayor, I understand that unfortunately it's difficult to put this kind of version of a statistic versus this kind of a statistic. So that's all I meant. It would be nice to see them all in the same layout from a dollar and cents or an absolute ability or existing and non-existing materials. Thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters. Thank you so much. I don't think we should have to make a choice because the Parks and Recreation Plan clearly outlined it all. And now hearing about this Ontario grant, it looks better from a municipality perspective to go big, do it all when we're applying that. The bigger, the better. The more options, the better. And I just like to keep in mind with our rinks too, our rinks aren't just, it's girls hockey, it's men's hockey, it's boys hockey, it's lacrosse, it's many things. So, but the needs assessment was it all. We are behind, just what Councillor Adams referenced there. We're so far behind in our parks and recreation. I love the MRF. So I really think that we can come up with a resolution that incorporates it all. And I have one, if I may do so.
Okay. Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is kind of revolving around the DCs and that it's eligible for like 100% funding with the DCs. But how is that working with the cash flow and our debt capacity when we're already utilizing a lot of the DCs for our corporate building that we're currently doing? And then looking at the replenishment of that and what the rate of replenishment to our DCs would be, and then the time frame that we would actually be able to have the money in the reserves to utilize to build the MRF. Sorry, that's a whole ball.
So I'm not the expert, so I'm going to lean on my colleague here.
Excellent questions, Councillor Jefferson, and through you, Mayor Waters. The way it stands now within the confines of the 2025 budget, we're at about 5% of our own source revenues in terms of our debt servicing requirements. Provincially, we're limited to 25%. To facilitate our debt requirement needs. Beyond the 25%, internally, we have a 15% cap. So even though we're at 5% within the confines of 2025, the forecast currently has us going to about 10%, which gives us about 5% capacity. That 5% capacity equates to just about $2.4 million in terms of what our existing capacity has in that. But depending on the length and time in which we would be looked to service debt for a facility of these types, that will have to inform it. Beyond that, to your discussion around what future cash flows from a DC perspective look like, We're in the process of doing an update to our DC background study and bylaw now. So we're going to be leaning on that to inform what the future cash flow is going to look like, appreciating that we're probably going to be in a position where those cash flows will be going up over time as opposed to decreasing. That said, we are limited in capacity. We are in the process right now of trying to secure debt for some of the larger projects that we currently have and have been endorsed by council. So certainly much more of that conversation is yet to be rounded out as we approach the 2026 and beyond budget timelines. So more uncertainty than we have definitives right now, unfortunately, but we do know that we are constrained from a debt servicing perspective. So that's the rationale for having to make a decision at this point to inform what comes first in the priority sequencing, understanding that we have to have a 10-year forecast that is fundable and feasible from an organizational standpoint.
Through Mayor Waters, just to add to Adam's response, obviously if a potential grant application comes up and we're able to seek grant funding, then we can revisit the timing of these projects, but we are not in a position to budget for a grant that we may or may not get. So we stay fairly conservative from a budgeting perspective and budget for what we know we can afford, and then we can apply for grant funding through other means. So that's an important note. Also, in terms of the value of these projects, right now we have high-level benchmark costs for these projects, both the MRF and an ice pad. Until we get into detailed design value engineering, we don't know where those numbers will go, but this is what we have at this point to budget for. So obviously deciding on what we work on first can result in us refining that estimate and getting more information.
Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters, and thank you for that additional information on the DCs and debt servicing. It's very helpful. I also noted that in the MRF feasibility study and business plan, there is kind of that language around designing it so that it can be added on to over time. So it is, especially I think in the campus style building, that we're not really choosing one over the other in the sense we're choosing what to start with first, and that the MRF can be designed in such a way that, well, in 10 years' time, maybe we have additional funds available or there's a new grant process, whatever, then maybe we add a twin pad ice facility there. But to start, we just need to focus on something to start with. And I believe the MRF is what the community is really looking for and would be the highest need for the community. So that's where I would put start, because, yeah, we can't. It's nice to think of being able to do everything all at once, but we do have to be kind of responsible and mindful of the debt forecasting. So thank you.
Any other comments, questions from council? I guess I'll speak to this as well. I will be supporting the MRF, but it's not a question of one or the other. We have so much priorities in this community, and the pressure has been driven by the more than doubling our growth. And when we did all these strat plans, we were anticipating growth, and this really was a real eye opener in terms of all the things that we need in this community. So we're working hard to facilitate that, and these priorities, though they seem like you're doing something over the other, it's going to be sort of a sequencing more than anything, the way I look at this. This will definitely satisfy and be an opportunity for all our community, even those folks who play hockey or do summer sports. These facilities are used around year-round. So I think it's a big opportunity for our community. We talked about sports tourism. I think there's an opportunity for that. There's also, if there's the push to get some more accommodations in this community, those types of facility can help facilitate conferences as well. So there's a lot of merit, but we gotta, and I think really what I'm hearing from the community is just get going. Just start building something, because we need those things now. And that should be sort of our priority that way. The other part of this too is the reason we bring in consultants is to help sometimes, and I can appreciate comments earlier about community participation. We did a lot of that in all of our things, but sometimes you need consultants to help provide what that vision is in terms of this MRF? Is it part of a campus? What is that? How's that going to build out? What is that going to look at like? Same thing with the JEC. Again, how's that going to look like in time? We want to do that in a smart, succinct way, and it makes sense, and in a way that's understandable to the community. So they go, yeah, okay, we get it. And I know there may be a little bit of time, but we also want to put ourselves in a position that if we have these designs or these thoughts in terms of how we're going to go, when there's opportunities for funding from the province, we're in a position that way because we've actually thought that out. We've done the studies, we've done sort of the initial designs, and we're in a position where we can help sell that to the province or whoever the groups that we need to sell that to, and that's really important. And that's planning, and that I would say that that's very important. So there's a lot of things going here, and it's really not a question of one over the other, but it's a question of let's get going. And in my mind, it's going to be we're going to bring in all these things, but it's just how we're going to do that. Okay, if there's not, yes, Councillor McDonald.
I'd like to make a friendly amendment.
Okay, depends. Okay, yes.
I'll read it and then I can condense it or change it. That council directs staff to include a multi-use recreation facility along with future ice pad capacity as identified in the Parks and Recreation Master Plan in the 2026 year plan, and further that staff be directed to prioritize the design and development of the multi-use recreation facility, MRF, at the Fergus Sportsplex while evaluating the feasibility of integrating ice into expansion design in order to better position us for grant applications.
Councillor Wilton.
So thank you, Councillor McDonald, but I would suggest that that's not a friendly amendment. That'd be a very significant change.
Well, you know,
and I would not be supportive either way. So thank you.
Yeah, just my comment on this is really at the end of the day, and these obviously those recommendations are fairly succinct. I think the power of that is keeping it simple. And then we will all agree around this table, we need everything. We need everything. It's not a question of this. It's not a question of how we do that. We ask that question of our accounting group, and we will. I know this council and future council will be continuing to ask that question. When are we going to get those rinks? You know, so that will be always at top of mind in terms of how we deal with these things. But we got to start somewhere. And to me, the power of keeping it simple is this is the starting point. It's a starting point in terms of building a community with fulsome places for activities or kids or everyone, and they're inclusive and they support all the needs of our community, of a growing community that's going to more than double over the next 25 years. Yes.
Just looking for clarification, because I completely agree. I think we should go in with like an inclusive mind, and we know all the needs. And I think all around the table, I'm hearing that we understand MRF needs to come first. But so by confirming option 2, knowing and realizing the rest of the report here, are we committing that like the second prioritization is ice at JEC, or is all of that becomes like up in the air and comes back to council before any decisions are made? I heard like in option 2, we're not committing to whether the MRF is an expansion or separate, but I just want to clarify if there were certain grant options or anything comes up, if we do just option 2 alone, staff have the flexibility to write grants the way they need to based on knowing what's needed in our community, including everything that was in the MRF. Yeah. So I guess I
think that staff are that the MRF go at the Sportsplex site and the next pad go at the JECC. If council doesn't support that, then we need direction on that. And you could also use option 2 as your base resolution, but still include there something in the beginning that like that the Council of the Township of Centre Wellington recognizes that all recreation, especially and the ice and the MRF, are both a priority. However, at this time, recommends that staff prioritize the construction of the multi-use recreation. So that I think what you're trying to say, I think, is that they're all important, including the sports fields, including everything, but we have limitations. So there's ways to MRF, and I'm not even sure it's an friendly amendment because nothing's on the table yet. So I just wanted to share that, and whatever council's comfortable with. Obviously, I didn't write the report on one side or the other of this fence because I'm right in the middle.
Through Mayor Waters, just to add to Pat's response, the purpose of this report is really to give direction to staff in terms of the order within the upcoming budget book. And the first project in the budget book takes the most amount of time, effort, resources to amend if we get it wrong in the budget book. So if you're telling us that the first project is the MRF, we'll show the planning, design, and construction of the MRF in the first few years of the budget book, and then we'll show the next project further out in the budget book. Once you get further out in the budget book, it's much easier for us to make tweaks because it's just for information. It'll be reassessed and discussed every single year. So we're not trying to figure out the exact order of all projects in the Parks and Rec plan right now. We're just trying to figure out which goes first because that's the hardest one to get into the budget.
Okay. Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. I'm in support of the MRF, but also I understand about the twinning of JECC. I understand we need another ice pad, but I also think within the information of twinning of the JECC, we need to have information of what are we doing with the ball diamonds. Because it's nice that, yes, we're adding a facility or something to the facility, but by doing so, we now have to add parking. We're removing ball diamonds. We'll be removing the basketball court. I think only the skate park would be able to fit in there. So then what are we doing? So now instead of we're giving, but now we're taking away from other sports. So I think to be able to proceed with the MRF, where it's at a benefit of multiple sports and multiple organizations, instead of taking away, and then we can figure out if there's other parks that could use a ball diamond or if we have other properties that we could utilize for sports fields. I think we need to think a lot more before we start doing the twinning or initiate that within, even in, well, you could look it out for the 10-year plan, but I would push it off later so we could gather the information.
So the Parks and Rec plan recommends 3 ice pads over 30 years. So you could be very vague about where that next ice pad goes in the budget book. Is all we're trying to do is nail down the budget book. And I'm hearing from most of you that the MRF is the priority. So if we know that, then we can then look at where do we have the next, I guess, capacity to build that 4th ice pad. And it doesn't have to be at a specific spot today. It would just be at this value that we have here. That's enough direction for us to put the budget book together, because it'll be a couple of years before you get down to that decision. As with respect to the ball diamond, by the time we get to that decision, I think we'll have more conversations about what the sportsplex lands look like, what's going there, where are there future opportunities in South Fergus lands or other development areas for more land. So that's when we can talk about ball diamonds and all those other kinds of things. So there's more conversation to have. This is not the only conversation we're going to have about these needs in the Parks and Recreation Plan. I worked with the budget team and my team, and we have laid things out for 30 years to try and figure out how and when things would be on for timing. But this piece, which one we're going first, does a bit of a cascade to when other things will happen. So that's all we're asking council at this time to make, is the decision on the priority setting for this indoor recreation facility.
Councillor Wilton.
Through you, Mayor Waters. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor Waters, and thank you, Pat, for that explanation. I think I agree with Mayor Waters that the best thing to do today is to keep it really simple and to go with the option 2 as presented here today, keeping in mind that we have approved the Parks and Recreation Plan, and it does have everything in there with immediate, well, not immediate, but within 3 years, short, medium, long term kind of timeframes that are, they're rough, but they give us at least a sense of when we can start to work on things. So I think for the decision we're being asked to make today, the best thing to do is to keep it simple, as Mayor Waters said, and I'd be prepared to make that motion to accept option 2 and move forward. Thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
So through you, Mayor Waters, we had a delegation and we did talk about a walking track. Again, I'm jealous of a facility in Waterloo that going ahead with the MRF, I'm more than happy to, because we need it. We need it all. But the seniors in our community have voiced to me they really want a walking track. So as long as that's in there, I think it really is in our complete plan. I'm happy to go ahead with the decision today, and I thank you to all the delegations that came today.
Okay, any other? Yes, Councillor Jefferson.
Sorry, thank you, Mayor. I was just going to say I will second Councillor Wilton's motion.
Okay, thank you for that. So we have a mover and we have a seconder. Any further comments or? Okay, so I'm going to put that to a vote. I'll read it first, actually. Again, just so we're clear on this. So option 2, that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington prioritize the construction of a multi-use recreation facility within the draft 2026 10-year capital forecast. And we had a mover, Councillor Wilton, seconder, Councillor Jefferson. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none. All those in favor? That's so moved. Thank you for everyone's participation. And we're going to take a 5 minutes, 6 minutes break. And those folks, you want to stay and enjoy the rest, or you can go out and enjoy the sun. Okay, welcome back, folks. We're going to get on with the rest of our meeting here, and we're now at item 11.2, Economic Development and Tourism Strategy, and Dan Wilson will speak to this.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. So this is the draft Economic Development and Tourism Strategy for Council's review. Just as a background, in June of 2024, we hired Oosterbaan Strategy and Tante Consulting to do our strategy. And the reasoning for combining economic development and tourism together in one strategy was the whole economic prosperity piece of our strategic plan that really brings tourism and economic development together. So the result is a 20-year vision with a 10-year implementation plan. There was a fairly significant staff committee representing various departments involved in the preparation of this, as well as significant engagement with the community. So what I'd like to do is invite Catherine and Tara Lynn up from Oosterbaan Strategy and Tante Consulting to do a presentation on the draft strategy and then to assist in answering any questions of council. After that, we're looking for direction to post this on Connect CW, go to advisory committees, and to come back to council at the end of October for final approval. So with that, Catherine and Tara Lynn.
Thank you, Dan, and good afternoon, Mayor, Council, staff, remaining audience that is dwindling. It's my pleasure to be here today. Oh, am I sharing the report? Okay, perfect. It's a pleasure to be here today to share kind of the findings of our economic development and tourism strategy for Centre Wellington. We're very excited to do this report. You know, you guys have a lot of growth on the horizon. It's an exciting time, a lot of tourism, enthusiasm at the moment, and we think there's a lot of opportunity in the community. So just very quickly, as Dan said, my name's Catherine. I am president of Oosterbaan Strategy, so my firm specializes in economic development. I spent a long time working in the sector at multiple levels of government, and Terry Lynn Konopasky is the principal at Tante Consulting, and she is a tourism expert as well as marketing and branding expert. So we really thought that we could bring both of our respective expertises together to create a great strategy for you guys. So as you read through the report, what were some of our goals? I mean, certainly, as Dan mentioned, we wanted to define that 20-year vision with a supporting implementation plan, building on the town's existing strategic plan, and we really took a community-guided approach to economic and tourism development. So what does that mean from a research perspective? We wanted to use both that community-centered and data-driven practices. So community-centered, we wanted to understand what the community wants to look like 20 years down the road, 25 years down the road, as you guys have that kind of impending growth on the horizon. What do they want the economy to look like? What's going to make it a desirable community to live and work in? What's going to make the community embrace tourism and maximize the value of tourism? So really getting that grassroots feedback from your community in terms of needs. As well, of course, we wanted to marry that with the existing data. So what does the data say about where your sectors are strong? How have they changed kind of, you know, throughout COVID, but also before that and into today, and what's leading, what's lagging, what's growing, what's shrinking, and how will the needs of your economy change going forward? And we really feel strongly like that data and the community-centered approach is critical as you continue to implement the strategy as well. So constantly getting that feedback on needs. Are we hitting the mark? How are we growing correctly? And again, creating that feedback loop of information to guide the implementation. So again, just to kind of highlight, the community engagement piece. So again, very extensive community engagement. We were quite excited to get out and talk to your community. We had over 700 survey responses. We did 3 community pop-ups in Bellwood, Fergus, and Elora. So kind of set up a tent and just talk to community members walking by about their needs. We did pop-ups at township-led events as well to collect feedback again as people walked through. Facilitated discussions with community and committee meetings. So sitting down and again, understanding needs from
kind of key stakeholders in the community, key community partners, key committees of council. We did a number of workshops in the community. We also did sector-specific roundtables to get feedback from the business community on their needs. Additionally, Terry Lynn kindly sacrificed herself to do a couple of student-led workshops, thinking about the future of your community and what do youth want to see here in their economy to stay and thrive here. And then, of course, a number of one-on-one interviews with kind of key stakeholders that support economic development and tourism in the community. So to give you kind of a sense of what we heard, strength-wise, I'm sure not a lot of these are going to come as a surprise. So, your fantastic downtown, the great arts and culture. There's a really strong volunteer culture in the community today. I'll put a little asterisk beside that because that is a challenge that we heard of future opportunities, because so much of what's happening within your community relies on volunteerism. Excellent prime agricultural land, and you're situated in an area with lots of agricultural land. You have a lot of great natural assets and a fantastic trail system. Your economy is moderately diverse, and that's a good thing. You don't want to have too many of your eggs in one basket, and there is some nice diversification in your economy. So you're not necessarily subject to significant shifts. Let's say the tariffs are probably not going to, wipe your economy off the map, for example. And then, of course, your proximity to the GTA, the Guelph and KW puts you in great proximity to attract visitors to the community and also to leverage those marketplaces. So for labor, for employment opportunities, to capitalize on some of the energy that's going on, and in particular, those post-secondary institutions, like almost 100,000 students within, a half-hour, 45-minute drive. Like, what does that mean for leveraging that future labor force for your community? Opportunity-wise, I won't delve too much into this because I think that's going to come out a lot in the pillars, but, to grow your key sectors and look for opportunities there, there's some opportunities to improve infrastructure, support and enhance entrepreneurship, placemaking, and just kind of defining place a little bit more. You have a lot of energy in tourism right now, and it's a little bit of almost like smoothing it out so it's consistent on a year-round basis. Investing in visitor management strategies so the community embraces tourism rather than maybe feels a little bit hesitant at times, better connecting youth to those local career opportunities, and expanding the public understanding of planning and tourism policies, because we did hear some pushback, and I'll add a little caveat that I hear this in almost every community that I work with, that it's challenging to understand planning and building processes and permitting, and how can we kind of simplify it and make that investment easy for your community. When we think about aspirations, so where do we want to go? What did we hear from the community about their needs? Want to see improved transit. How can we get around easier? How can our kids get around easier from, maybe they live in Fergus and want to take a job in Elora, and also hand in hand the active transportation networks, which people really value in the community. A desire for expanded health services, so people were generally happy with healthcare, but there's the opportunity to look at specialty service providers, and of course, just general doctor access challenges. New experiences and amenities for youth and visitors. That youth space, and I didn't crack open the recreation strategy, so I'm not quite sure where they landed on the youth piece, but one of the things that we heard was like youth really don't feel like they have their own space in the community, and that's really critical in terms of thinking about like how are we creating that link to Centre Wellington, that even if they go off to school or whatever, they want to come back to the community, they feel connected to the community. More employment, land, and business-ready spaces. So one of the things that we heard, you have employment lands available today. Last I checked, I think there's still some parcels. Yes. Okay. Employment land still available, but there's a bit of a gap between kind of the businesses that have started up and are growing. They're not ready to purchase a plot of land and build a facility. They're looking for kind of prefab facilities to move into and kind of grow up, kind of that in-between space. So you're kind of lacking what seems to be that in-between space for growing businesses, in particular those that are in that manufacturing space and looking to expand. there's a desire to preserve natural spaces and agricultural land and take leadership in green development. So a lot of people talked about the importance of preserving the river and access to the river and not letting development kind of pop up along the banks, but making it a community space overall. And then that balance between tourism and everyday life. So, I mean, this will come as no surprise, I'm sure, to everyone, but, you know, lots of residents talked about the challenges of accessing parking and going downtown and just enjoying what drew them to the community originally, often as tourists, with the influx of tourism and the challenges that kind of creates to enjoy your own community. And then from a results perspective, you know, really what we're driving towards with this strategy is, you know, a clear growth strategy, more collaboration across sectors, across the community more broadly, enhanced township capacity to manage economic development and tourism, a broader, more diverse employment base, increased revenues from business and tourism, and a unified community brand. So that brought us to our 20-year vision, which again was really crafted from resident feedback initially, and of course aligned with the data as well. So when we look forward, and there is a detailed breakdown of this, like each element of the vision has a number of bullet points kind of defining what each element means in the report. And I'll also mention, if you wanted more information on that community-based data collection and data-driven data collection, there's a whole small chapter about that as well in the appendix to dig into. But from a 20-year vision perspective, so this is kind of what we landed on here. Centre Wellington is an attractive, connected, and welcoming community that is a desirable destination for new businesses, workforce, and visitors. Very straightforward, very high level. Centre Wellington has a thriving and diverse business base. So we're looking for that diversification. We're ensuring that businesses can remain strong and resilient in these challenging times. Centre Wellington is a complete four-season destination, so less of the cyclical up and downs and more consistent traffic flow for your business community from the tourism side of things. Residents and visitors enjoy the community in harmony. Residents benefit from and understand the value tourism brings to the community. So really trying to shift the mindset and the benefit for the community from tourism, and that's what a lot of that tourism strategy aspect focuses on. There's a well-defined and activated destination brand that embraces a welcoming, connected community vibe and its nature-based positioning. So just redefining the Centre Wellington brand. You know, it's been Elora and Fergus kind of in the past, and what does that look like coming forward, and how do we come together as a community and feel that united nature, especially as we grow and welcome so many more people, both residents and visitors. Centre Wellington has established itself as an innovative community, so lots of opportunities to enhance business profitability, help businesses grow via innovation and leveraging, again, like you have great assets in the region to support that innovation. And the municipal organization has the team and financial resources to support impactful, sustainable economic development and tourism initiatives. So that led us to the creation of 7 strategic pillars. And pillars, we stuck with pillars, but you can kind of look at them as, you know, overarching themes or goals, and each of those have objectives under all of them. I'm going to go through that element, and then if you dig further into the implementation plan, you will find actions, resources, pillars, and KPIs associated with each of those. But the pillars that we landed on were capacity, economic growth and resilience, workforce and livability, destination development and visitor management, investment readiness and infrastructure, placemaking and brand identity, marketing and communications. So I'll speak to the first 4. So capacity, I mean, as a growing organization, as a growing township, we really felt there was an opportunity to enhance and foster enhanced capacity for your economic development and tourism teams. So we compared them to a couple of other similar sized communities that have had similar growth trajectories, and your team is smaller than almost all of the comparison ones. And thinking about, you know, managing that scale of growth, and particularly business inquiries and the opportunities that exist to capitalize on that growth, we really recommend exploring how to enhance that capacity. So within this, we propose kind of 4 areas. So investing and expanding organizational capacity for economic development and tourism initiatives, including staffing, tools, and financial resources. So again, how do we enhance not just the staff complement, but are there other tools out there, technology in particular, that can help us do our job more effectively and efficiently. And again, what financial resources are there to help enhance the capacity of our team to do this work? Number 2 is establishing an internal working group to implement the strategy, including leadership from various township departments to foster that ongoing collaboration, aligning efforts and maximizing the impact of implementation. So it really feels strongly about comprehensive implementation of the strategy to really maximize the value of the activities, and pulling together a working group to kind of touch base and say, hey, if you're working on marketing the community to attract visitors, how are we linking that to, making sure the community is a place that's ready to kind of catch people in from a resident perspective? Like, have we aligned our thought processes from a marketing perspective, from an on-the-ground perspective? So it's thinking about that comprehensive implementation to ensure that there's alignment. And again, like, you're maximizing the effectiveness of the dollars that you're putting into each of the activities. Implementing a municipal accommodation tax. It's a big opportunity. Lots of communities are doing it. Pretty much every single tourism community that I've come across is either looking at this or in the process of implementing a municipal accommodation tax, and it will provide revenue to better support and steward your tourism activities, and could potentially support and supplement your economic development activities as well. And then just overall enhancing that economic development and tourism data collection. So again, if you better understand from your business community what's going on the ground, what are the trends that they're following? I mean, looking at, what are the immediate impacts of something like the tariffs or something like that. It'll really enable you guys to target your activities and the scope of the strategy to the needs of the community as you go through and kind of adjust as needed. The next pillar is economic growth and resilience. So how do we support small business and entrepreneurship? How do we develop innovation networks and foster economic diversity? So the first one is working with partners to raise the profile of small business and entrepreneurship opportunities available in the community. So as you guys are welcoming a number of new residents to your community, that will increase the demand, of course, for retail and service businesses. There's a huge opportunity for people who are interested in starting small businesses, running retail service-based organizations to kind of fill those gaps. And, what better way to fill it with people who are already living in your community? As you attract new employers, they'll bring, maybe both partners won't get a job at that place, so there will be trailing spouse opportunities. But also, where my mind really goes with this one, when we talk about creating youth and youth-focused spaces, is, are there opportunities for youth to explore entrepreneurship and starting, cool, funky businesses that would help other youth in the community really identify with the community and root themselves here? Number 2, undertaking a regular business visitation program to monitor the health and needs of the business community. So this is very fundamental economic development from my perspective. This will allow you to better understand what is going on the ground, and it will help you monitor the trends and the needs of the business community. So for example, in your investment readiness pillar, there is something around, supporting the development of new spaces for business. Well, I heard from, several handfuls of businesses that the space mix is not right. But, you need to go out and talk to the businesses to understand your next step is going to require how much growth. What exists in the community today? Does it not exist? And how can we help build the business case to bring in someone who might develop something like an industrial mall or something like that? That's a good fit for that. So really, that data is going to serve you in terms of implementing your strategy. And then similarly, when we go to number 3, work with partners to enhance and promote virtual and in-person resources to help businesses in Centre Wellington start, grow, thrive, and innovate. I mean, within the actions and in the strategy, there's a number of suggestions in terms of what those could look like, but those resources could change on a regular basis. So, one of the recommendations in there is to better connect with Export Development Canada and support, a better understanding of export markets and how to reroute maybe away from the US if you're too targeted there. That is very timely because of the tariffs, right? That's an immediate kind of late 2024, 2025 issue. Who knows what's going to emerge next year, right? To keep your fingers on the pulse in terms of what are the immediate needs of the business community and just make sure your programming is relevant for them. And then lastly, establish a meaningful relationship with the Elora Research Station and the University of Guelph to capitalize on student interest in the agricultural sector, research activities, and the desire to better connect to the local and regional community. So you guys have the largest agricultural research facility in Canada based in your township, and there's a huge opportunity to enhance that relationship. It's very much in its infancy right now. There's an interest from their end to explore enhancing that relationship as well, and really recommend trying to leverage that, thinking that, you have agricultural businesses here, you have farms here. Wellington County is an epicenter of farms in the region in central Ontario, south central Ontario. There's a lot of opportunity for business spin-off to come off of the research type of activities there. When I spoke with the university, they talked about a number of students who are really interested in merging agriculture and the tech sector. So lots of opportunity for businesses that maybe aren't going to turn into giant manufacturers, who might like to locate in Centre Wellington and develop here where there's spaces. So real opportunity, I think, there to kind of better leverage that opportunity. The third pillar is workforce and livability. And really, this is around addressing housing, transportation, youth engagement, and equity-focused initiatives to really become an attractive, connected, desirable community. Sometimes people are like, why does this matter to economic development? Well, number one, you need a labor force here and people want to have to live here. So you need to create a community that people want to live in. And obviously lots of people want to live in this beautiful community right now, but there's things that you can do to enhance it as well. So working with partners to expand and advocate for that increased local, regional, and interurban transit connections, and into Guelph and Kitchener-Waterloo. So first of all, again, how do we move your labor force around the township? And then also, how do we attract some of those, that manpower out of Kitchener-Waterloo, out of Guelph, and into your employers? Would those transit connections help? At the same time, there's a bit of a caveat there because the transit connection goes both ways. So, others may look to use it to get out of your community, but at the same time, you still have a number of businesses who do need people to come into the community. And at this point, 33% of your workforce is commuting out of the census subdivision. So how can we, again, bring more people in and anchor them into the community to move around? The second one is dedicating resources to support the development of workforce attainable housing through the promotion of financial incentives and education. So again, how can we raise the profile of the need for additional workforce attainable housing? So this is not necessarily affordable housing, but with the cost of living going up, it's challenging for your labor force even to find housing if they're working full time. So can we encourage the community to kind of explore second suites, and how can we educate them, kind of support them through that? Number three, implement strategies that foster equity and belonging within the community. So again, I think there's been a lot of great work done within the community to support that. We still heard echoes of less savory thought processes and challenges that people had kind of entering workforces or engaging in the community if they were coming from a minority perspective. So really thinking about how can we do a better job kind of fostering that equity and belonging within the community so everyone feels welcome here, especially thinking about kind of the high rates of immigration that Canada has had recently and leveraging that potential workforce. Number four is investing in creating paths and space for youth to build tangible connections to the community and employers, as well as contribute to a leadership role in developing the Centre Wellington of tomorrow. So really looking at how can we engage youth, how can we better support them and make them feel part of the community. I think this is really critical when you think about the future of the community and where you want the economy to go. When you think 25 years from now, someone who's graduating high school would be the person who's going to be owning some of your businesses in the community, running them, growing them, right? So how do we make sure that they feel rooted in the community, that they want to embrace the community, give back to the community, if they leave, come back to the community, that sort of thing. And the last one under workforce and livability is create and enhance connections to post-secondary institutions to encourage employers to utilize cooperative education and internship talent. So again, 100,000 students kind of in a 30 to 45 minute radius, and how can we leverage them better to support the workforce of Centre Wellington? So the next one is investment readiness and infrastructure. So really focused on that growth for the future. So how can we improve infrastructure provision and develop those business ready spaces to support that diverse and thriving business base? So firstly, we want to explore and advocate for mechanisms to improve industrial and commercial infrastructure provision within the township. This includes internet, cell signal, hydro, roads, bridges, and natural gas. This was feedback that we received kind of across the board. And it was, again, this is where the data collection piece is important. So you can start to create a bit of a map of where are there gaps. Are there neighborhoods that have gaps? Are these just one-offs? I mean, for example, we had people telling us that they were not able to get cell phone signal on your main corridor in Fergus. So that the commercial corridor in Fergus. So that's a challenge, right? And some of that advocacy work can maybe support addressing that. Number 2 is facilitating the development of spaces for new and expanding commercial and industrial businesses to locate, including the development of commercial and industrial malls. So base these decisions on the identified needs of the business community. So again, we talked about that space constraint, and this is really meant to address that. So you're not losing businesses in that growth phase. Because that's a big challenge, right? Because once they leave, they're going to find a new workforce elsewhere, and it'll be that much more challenging to bring them back. Number 3 is improving communications on planning and building processes in the CIP to the business community. So again, talking about those permitting challenges, how can we make it more simple for them? And really embracing the business community to help you guys make that process more simple and accessible to them. And lastly, under this one is undertaking that targeted retail, service, and entertainment investment attraction to meet community needs. So if you think about your downtown, there is very little vacancy. You might want to be strategic about, if a vacancy opens up, are there ways that we can target businesses to fill those gaps in a strategic way? Things that we might need on our main street, or things that we might need, like a retail or service business that we're missing, or maybe a destination entertainment piece that we're missing. So really being strategic where it makes sense with some of those pieces. And then I'll pass it over to Terry Lynn to kind of take us through the last pillars.
Wonderful.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. Thank you. Thanks, Catherine. All right. So destination development and visitor management. We definitely we recognize that there is a tension, right, between visitation and locals. And so you will not see words of attracting more visitors like that, perhaps in the shoulder season, but the intention is more on what we call the high value visitor. So what does that mean? It's the visitor who's going to come, appreciate the community, spend money at local businesses, and ideally stay longer and spend more. How are we going to get them to do that? Well, product development, working with lots of local tourism stakeholders for sure. So the first recommendation that we have here is explore opportunities to expand the Elora Fergus Downtown Shuttle Program and pilot shuttle service connecting the downtowns to primary visitor areas. Visitor management is a big component. This whole pillar is, that's a key component of this pillar. We know that residents want to enjoy their downtown, and often visitors kind of get in the way of doing that. So how can we create this more harmony within the downtown to perhaps ideally create space for residents to be able to enjoy it in the same way that visitors do, and that shuttle program offers an opportunity, if it can be expanded, to perhaps mitigate the parking and congestion challenges that we know exist here. This definitely connects to the next one about implementing creative visitor management tactics to curb over tourism and mitigate the challenges that tourism can bring to urban centers. So what does this mean? What are creative visitor management tactics? Paid parking, it definitely is an option. And paid parking specifically for visitors, not residents. Some communities do it in a zone-based way so that the closer you park to the action, so to speak, the higher premium you're going to pay for those parking spaces. And then the further away you go, it allows you to encourage that traffic elsewhere, and then also encourage foot traffic, which will come to placemaking and how that plays into that to make it a positive experience in the next pillar. Dedicate resources to enhance tourism experience development in partnership with local stakeholders in rural and urban areas. So definitely there's a lot of interesting product that exists here from a tourism perspective. How can these things be combined or brought together to create a broader narrative that encourages visitors to stay longer and spend more rather than just one-off day trips, for example. So themed content and itineraries is one opportunity. We identified a few opportunities as far as tourism niche. So small corporate meetings and events is an opportunity that we identified that perhaps would bring in high-value visitors without having the disruption of other particular tourism niches, and film tourism as well, as a way to leverage the beautiful nature and downtowns that exist in Centre Wellington, whilst also helping to share that story. We see an opportunity for more direct planning with the BIAs. You know, there's a lot of things happening kind of in silos, and I think that those silos are slowly breaking down. But having that joint sort of narrative, what's happening in Fergus, and how can something in Elora really help leverage that narrative? So there is almost a cohesion in tourism experiences, and of course, bringing Bellwood into that visioning as well. And another action we had there was the potential for a thematic visitor pass. So using content and stakeholders to perhaps develop a nature-themed visitor pass that can direct visitors to specific businesses, specific experiences, and help guide that visitor experience such that perhaps it takes them away from the downtown, or at least they come downtown and also experience more of what the destination has to offer. And then, of course, we have continued to invest in regenerative and sustainable tourism initiatives. The tourism team has a sustainability strategy. It was done by GDS, which is internationally recognized in terms of providing sustainable plans to municipalities and communities. The one particular point that we pulled out there is that work with local stakeholders in order to support them in their sustainable practice. So knowledge, helping with knowledge and practices to bring into their own work. Thank you. Okay, placemaking. Placemaking is one of those things that perhaps, you know, like from a direct perspective, it might be hard to see that connection to tourism and economic development, but we know that places that are exciting to live make for exciting places to visit. And like I said, as you have people walking around your streets, it's an opportunity to communicate like the essence and the value and the vibe of your community. So we dedicated a specific pillar to placemaking, focus on activating public space and building community through events, arts, and design. And we recognize that Centre Wellington does an amazing job at this, as is. So how can we build upon what's here? So one of our recommendations here is to implement a strategy to define and pilot placemaking projects to activate public spaces, helping to strengthen the social fabric, highlight local entrepreneurs, and provide platforms for storytelling and connection to a culturally diversifying community. So one option is inexpensive, universally designed ground wayfinding. So should there be satellite lots activated, for example, for parking, what is that experience, that street experience between one to the downtown, and how can those sort of low-cost solutions help tell the story of Centre Wellington, connect visitors to the community, and quite frankly, residents to the community as they enjoy these paths. Pedestrian-only zones is an opportunity that we've brought up a few times in the strategy, and then having a strategy for public spaces for performances. So really, again, enhancing that vibe. We heard a lot of appreciation for the public spaces that exist. So how can we build upon what's here? What the energy, the vibrancy, bring in local talent, perhaps, and really further leverage what we have going on. The second placemaking recommendation we have is to define and pilot placemaking projects to foster a sense of connection between Fergus, Elora, and Bellwood downtowns. So, for example, Monster Month, taking large themes that are happening and connecting them across the communities. So, even though the narrative might start in one place and perhaps the hook is in one place, how can the communities come together to create a more a stronger, even more compelling narrative that spans across the community. So it sort of breaks down those silos of individual communities while also appreciating that they do exist. Continue to invest in township support for local festivals and events. Again, just really encouraging the work that's already being done through the Community Investment Fund, the arts, which funds arts and culture and festivals and events. The Culture Action Plan also recommended a culture to the township host a culture summit for shared learning, which we see as an excellent opportunity as well to enhance that placemaking. And there are tourism product development sort of cascades there that also come into play. And looking in the longer term, a placemaking strategy for Centre Wellington. We really believe that there is a beautiful vibe here. There are some amazing open spaces. So how can we activate this in a way that, again, encourages visitors to explore beyond the urban hubs and the typical tourist locations within the community? So really disseminating a lot of that visitor traffic. Okay. Finally, brand identity, marketing, and communications. From economic development right through to tourism, a lot of this comes down to, okay, what do we do with all of this? How do we communicate? And we really see that, this is an opportunity to strengthen the profile through targeted storytelling, destination branding, community-based communications. So in the actions and recommendations that we present, we focus on those external audiences. So whether it be from an economic development attraction perspective, also from a visitor attraction perspective, specifically leaning into that shoulder seasons to create that more sustainable business traffic for local stakeholders. Also, though, focusing on community, and as Catherine mentioned, part of that vision is that we have this aspiration for harmony between tourism, visitors, and locals. And so, how can we develop campaigns and storytelling, and really lean into our social media platforms, for example, to help bridge that divide and tell those stories and communicate to the community. What are the opportunities that tourism does bring, and perhaps even their role in enhancing the tourism experience here. So the first recommendation we have is investigate developing a destination brand separate from the Centre Wellington corporate brand to promote the destination for economic development and tourism purposes. This is really exploring the idea of marketing and storytelling from a new level from what's being done right now. The existing Centre Wellington brand is corporate; it does its job, but thinking about a singular destination, whether it be to attract investors, attract businesses, or attract visitors, and even just share the Centre Wellington narrative. What can that look like? And just want to point out that when we talk about brand, yes, a logo is part of that, but it's really going out and hearing from the community, what do we represent as a place? What makes Centre Wellington? And then understanding, okay, how do we communicate that through our key messaging, through our tone, through our voice, through all of these things that we put out into the world? And how might we embrace different parts of that brand, whether we're connecting with investors or visitors or prospective new residents, for example. The second one here is invest in enhancing Centre Wellington's tourism-focused storytelling, visitor information, and marketing assets and resources. This comes down to simple things like photo and video assets, developing toolkits, for example, to support stakeholders and supporting visitors. We heard a lot that businesses often get visitors coming in asking for direction, and often they don't feel totally equipped to help them to the best of their ability. So thinking from that perspective, information packages to target key groups, whether it be film producers or small corporate meetings and events, really curating that content and that information in a way that showcases the destination in a way that will get people asking questions, get people curious, and bringing those high-value visitors into the destination, staying multi-nights ideally. Invest in dedicated economic development, storytelling, and marketing assets. Again, same thing, really, what sets Centre Wellington apart as a place to live, visit, do business. So thinking about those assets and what those look like, particularly in carrying out a lot of the recommendations and actions we've put forward. and then also planning, being really strategic in our marketing. We know that resources are limited from a staff capacity and a dollar perspective, and being able to sit down at the end of one year, looking forward to the year ahead, just like you do with budgets, to plan, okay, what are the stories we want to tell? Where are the areas of opportunity to drive more traffic from a tourism perspective? What are our priorities from an economic development perspective? And what is that marketing plan so that we can allocate dollars and time as needed. Develop and implement comprehensive economic development and marketing plans on an annual basis, relying on earned and paid tactics. So this basically is the next step of developing the plans is implementing them. And by earned and paid tactics, there are things that you can pay for, there are things that you don't need to. So how can Centre Wellington best leverage those marketing opportunities, paid social media versus things that you just post and hope that they come upon the right eyes. It could be radio ads. Is it radio ads here? Is it elsewhere? And also thinking about perhaps conferences, trade shows, that sort of thing that might come into the marketing plan. And then finally, to that point I made about community-focused communication, this last point is to invest in community-focused communication initiatives and marketing campaigns to foster understanding and buy-in to key township initiatives, strengthen communication channels, and nurturing welcome environments. We heard a lot through our community engagement that there is an appetite to hear more and be more engaged with the municipality. I understand you are going through a process for a community engagement strategy, and I think that there eventually could be a great opportunity to leverage that. But from a tourism perspective, people are really invested in their community. I know you're all really invested in their community, and when it comes to people at the top making decisions that are tourism facing, especially, they want to know why, and that education and engagement investment, whether it be a dollars investment or a time investment, can really pay off in terms of fostering that welcoming environment, fostering that sense of community, and giving people that just the information they need, that even if they don't agree, that thanks for letting us know. And I think that comes to the end of, yes, now it's over to you.
So thanks so much for listening, everyone. And we hope that you feel this strategy will help guide you forward. And we're welcoming, feedback and questions to finalize.
Okay, thank you very much for that very comprehensive presentation. Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters. Thank you so much. One thing that you highlighted very well in tourism, and I've heard it from several stakeholders, including small businesses, is when you come here, they want you to have an experience. The vendors here want the person coming here to have an experience because they want them to come back. It's not just about shopping in our downtown. It's visiting a GRCA property. It's about, something similar in the Scottish Festival. You come and you experience a whole Scottish theme over a weekend. And so I think it's a good idea to monopolize on that too. So thank you for bringing that part forward.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Thank you for this report, a very wholesome report. I enjoyed our engagement together as well, and I appreciate all the engagement that you did throughout the community. I know when we spoke, I had brought up sport tourism, and it seems to be a theme today, so I'm just gonna stick with it. I do know, and you talk, it's not just about attracting workers, it's about retaining workers. We need to have a place where people are able and have the want to stay and live. You talk about focus about the previous plan, continuing focus on those target sectors, ag and arts and culture. And the only reference actually to sport tourism is it was in an area that you felt like was increasingly outdated. So I am kind of curious if you can give like a clarification on that, because when we look at economic development, we want to attract and keep people here. We want to make healthy, livable communities, and investment in parks and recreation. And also in your asset map, there was like a lot of focus on, I just wish, like, honestly, at the end of the day, I just wish it was an all inclusive umbrella, and it's not that we're looking at one or the other. Like the Sportsplex should be called a community recreation center, because that's where we do festivals and events and sports, which brings a ton of tourism through those buildings. And how do we get the tourism coming in through there to kind of go down and spend the money in our downtowns? Because we know that it does become a tourism in other municipalities. So how do we start that? How do we start tapping into that? You know, we hear of like, you know, 1 10-day festival bringing Durham region like $5 million into economic development activity. How do we tap into that? So I'm just kind of curious, looking for clarity on why you felt like that was like an area that was put in the increasingly outdated section.
So we talked at length about sport tourism, and at this point, I mean, a lot of the economic driver from sport tourism is through accommodation and food and beverage, right? And there, quite frankly, just is not the accommodation stock to have that impact at this time. So looking in the timeline that we are looking at, also, I mean, it can be disruptive, right? And so when we were thinking about what is going to enhance or support the community essence, preserve the community essence, it was also a consideration, right? Because you're getting hundreds and hundreds of people coming in, and are they actually in practice going to be coming to the downtown, or are they going to be, grabbing something at Tim Hortons and McDonald's? Of course, like there's no denying that sport tourism, it has tremendous economic impact. When we're thinking about value, high value visitors, does that align? But I think like from a first point, there's just not the accommodation to support a sport tourism industry here.
And maybe I'll just jump in and add and say, like, that's not to preclude the need for excellent sport facilities in your community, because when we were talking to the community, we did hear about the need for ice space and increased recreational facility of all types. And thinking to the youth piece, a lot of parents or families mentioned the fact that, you know, a lot of the recreation is geared towards sports, but not every student is interested in sports. So thinking about kind of that multi-use piece as well.
Just to follow up, I definitely get the accommodation piece, absolutely. But I think that should be highlighted, right? But that is that is the reason of that gap there. I think that's a very important highlight. And when we talk about, sorry, I don't have the proper name here, the name, like when we talk about our asset map and stuff, right? Like I do tend to see that we're not including some of those other facilities. Like the Fergus Curling Club is like one of the oldest clubs in Ontario. So we're picking, like, and I know it must have been difficult doing that list and picking, how do you choose that? But I was also just curious of how that asset map gets created.
Yeah, fair enough. About this and talk about what that looks like in the next version.
Councillor Evoy.
Thank you. Through you, sir. Again, I'd like to reiterate and agree with my colleagues. It was a very good report, very detailed report. I personally felt that there was quite a gap around our ag tourism. Agriculture is a very big part of who we are, and I didn't feel that in that report at all. And it's really a big part of our identity and something we are collectively very proud of. And I thought it was respectfully glaringly absent in that report. So that is a big part of us for ag tourism. We're encouraging it. We're trying to get it growing. Many of us spend a lot of time supporting those events and those people and those businesses. And I didn't see it at all. So that was, I was a little remiss on that piece as well.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think from what I can recall, I don't know that any of the farms are operating from a
like there were actually few farms that were tourism oriented. So we only came across a few in our search. I mean, using again Google Maps as a potential like starting point, right? That's where people are going to list their tourism assets. There were only a few consumer facing agricultural assets out there that we were.
With respect, there are a few, you're right, but we're trying to get more and we didn't mention those. And to just assume that they didn't get on the report is just something I'm not complaining. It's a great report, but I definitely noticed the glaring absence of what we do have.
So can I interpret, like, do you, from your perspective, is it supporting further product development from
100%.
from ag tourism?
100%. Yeah.
Fair.
Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters. I did hear in the report that the University of Guelph and the research stations, because we do have many here, and I know a few more are moving here to the Elora area, both Ward 2 and Ward 1. And you found out that more students are wanting to get involved in Agra and tech here. So I find that super promising, and I would love to see those connections move forward. Yeah, and I welcome any of my colleagues to touch on that too.
And maybe I'll just note, not necessarily specifically here, but through the university, there's an energy to link there. And can you capitalize on that? Yeah.
Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters, and thank you for the presentation. Yeah, just to follow up on Councillor Evoy's point about agritourism, the definition of agritourism is actually quite broad. So it's any kind of farm where you can visit. So that could be farm stands, and we have a lot of those. So I just, I guess as you're looking through it, and I know today we're just taking the report for information, but maybe just have a second look at that piece, because it's anything that where you can stop in at a farm and do an activity or purchase a thing, a product. So yeah, product development, product enhancement, connection. Wellington County has the Taste Reel tour and things like that. So it is a big part of economic development for this area. And yeah, just to follow up on the ag tech, I've always thought, and I think it was even in the business plan report, George could correct me if I'm wrong, that ag tech would be a good target area to hit, and I think there is a good potential there, but I think they could be setting up spin-off businesses within our professional business park in Center Wellington. They're close enough to the University of Guelph and Waterloo, and we already have some companies like Grand River Robotics and that, so we can build on those. So yeah, both of those areas I think are important. I do have another comment, but I'll stop talking for now.
If I may, you also remind me. So another point about the ag piece is that the county in their work for tourism development focuses heavily on agritourism. And so from that respect, understanding how to use township resources effectively and not duplicating efforts, it was an intentional sort of consideration. But to your point, I think it's worth considering how we can build that in more. Yeah.
Any more? Yeah, Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. I'm just wondering, just in with working with RTO4, like we're going back like 12, 15 years ago when we started working with RTO4. It was very much kind of set up so that Center Wellington was more of a support, and they kind of dealt with the wayfinding and the hygiene and the signage and things like that were in the community, and to get that all in place for the tourism that was coming, and the events and different storytelling initiatives, use of like our cultural places, and that was kind of put to a lot of volunteers at the time, pre-COVID, and the BIAs as well. So that was kind of where the splits started. I'm not saying that it was bad or good. It was just everybody was kind of given their lane, and we stayed in our lanes. And then over the years, the township and township staff have taken over more of a supporting role to a lot of the events to help, because they've grown. Like from when we first started and attendance was like 1,500, 2,000 people to, I think Medieval was over 10,000 people this year in the downtown core of Fergus. So staff had to take on a bigger role of supporting, but then listing out a lot of the different things that are recommendations and action items that we should be doing out of the tourism aspect, I guess, with like info packets and the new branding, storytelling and marketing. Do you see that as the township and township staff taking that over and doing those initiatives, or do you still see reliance on working with the BIAs and volunteers and that, because the volunteers have limited over the years or reduced over the years? So I'm just wondering, are you seeing a lot of these things being taken on now by Center Wellington Township and staff to do and initiate?
Yeah, so the RTO has a lot of funding, essentially, and they support the township a lot through funding and some other capacity resources, particularly, mostly when it comes to product development is a primary focus, and marketing. So looking ahead, part of establishing the municipal accommodation tax is the need to establish also a DMO. And so within our actions and recommendations is, enhancing staff capacity on the township level by leveraging some of those dollars. And also continuing to work in a collaborative capacity with the RTO. So we identified in the implementation plan where those overlaps might sit, and whether it is actual human hours or dollars, it'll probably depend on the project. But RTO will the RTO will continue to be a key partner, and because Elora especially and Fergus are key to their work as well, so that ongoing collaboration it just will naturally continue. Ideally, there will be additional capacity through the MAT tax dollars, but that will be up to you, I suppose, in the future.
Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Just question or comment, maybe a bit of both. When you talk about the tension between tourism and residents and the downtowns, quite often it was like the downtown, and it felt more like you're talking about Elora and the situation here in this town, whereas Fergus and Bellwood are quite different. And I'm just curious in the feedback from the community, if you heard anything about, do the residents of Fergus want as much tourism as Elora, and same with Bellwood? Or is there a better way to kind of allow Fergus and Bellwood to be thriving and busy, so the businesses are successful and all of that, and have just the right amount of tourism, but still be very comfortable for residents? So I just wasn't sure if it felt a lot like you're just talking about the one town. So I was curious where you see things for Fergus and Bellwood.
I think for Fergus, it maybe depends who you ask. I think the businesses would like to see more traffic. But part of the strategy, the recommendations about this product development and placemaking initiatives connecting Fergus, Elora, Bellwood, is the goal is to diversify and bring sort of that right amount. We know people are coming to Elora, and so and Fergus, but the point is to hopefully drive some of that traffic more broadly throughout the community. And so part of that, for example, by creating these shared narratives or itineraries based on themes that can take people from community to community to sort of spread that economic impact, is the goal of many of the recommendations. From my memory, though, I would say like the businesses had that sense. There was a sense for businesses wanting to see more traffic downtown Fergus.
Resident-wise, I can't say we got a huge amount of feedback, and it might have been like we were based at the Fergus Fall Fair for the consultation, so there was a diverse group of people there as well, maybe not necessarily focused. I mean, also the location of the Fall Fair was very proximal to the Sportsplex, which I mean was obviously a very hot topic at the time, so we got a lot of feedback on that, less around tourism specifically in the town of Fergus or in the Hamblin community.
Thank you. So maybe a follow-up question from your perspective on economic development. Like, yes, I totally agree that businesses should be thriving. I shop downtown Fergus, and I know a number of us all do. It's great for residents. There's stuff that you need downtown. So from an economic development perspective, does the economic impact have to come from tourism, or can there be more of a, how can the downtown market itself to the residents of Centre Wellington, so that Wellington residents use our downtowns and stay and enjoy things like our Twilight Templin music series and all those other types of fun things we can do in the downtown? But I'm just curious, like, where that balance is from a theoretical perspective, perhaps, if you want to
Yeah, I mean, it's like to Terry Lynn, I think Terry Lynn made the point earlier, and I'm a strong proponent of this, is you build the community for your residents, right? And, you know, if it's a cool community, if it's thriving, it starts to build the hype that attracts the tourism. So I would say truly, because Fergus has not been overtaken by tourism in the same way that Elora has. I mean, there is still tourism there, and residents, I think we did hear some comments on like traffic on the weekends and stuff like that. But I do think there is the opportunity to focus more on resident retail and services. And actually, now that we're talking about it at Jog, because Fergus also has that commercial corridor in it with like the grocery stores and all of that, like people feel like Fergus is more for residents to begin with, was the sentiment that I got.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Okay, well, thank you very much for your presentation. Really appreciate it. Very appreciate council's input here. Very comprehensive, and yeah, we look forward to going back in and sort of going into the details, because it's very complete that way. So thank you for your time today. I'll read the recommendation that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington receive report PLNN 2025-38 Economic Development and Tourism Strategy Report for information, and that council directs staff to receive community feedback on the draft strategy through Connect CW, the Economic Prosperity and Growth Committee, and the Key Project Township Open House, and return to council at the October 27th, 2025 council meeting with the final report for council's consideration. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor McDonald, seconder on that. Councillor Evoy. Any further comments or anything? Nope. Okay. I'll put that to a vote. Oh, sorry.
I'm ready to vote.
Okay. All those in favor? So move. Thank you. Okay, it's been a long day. Okay, so now we go down to, I think we've got through everything, and now we're going to the bylaws. Okay. 2025-54, a bylaw to provide regulation for the placement and assembly of election signs on adjacent to township roads and township property, and repeal section 4.1 of the bylaw 2013-004. Recommendation that bylaw 2025-54 be read a first, second, and third time and passed and signed by the mayor and clerk and a corporate seal affixed. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Jefferson, second on that. Councillor Craddock. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? So moved. Notice of motions. Motions where notice have been given. A confirmatory bylaw to confirm the actions of council. Recommendation that bylaw 2025-55 to confirm the proceedings of council at its meeting held September 15, 2025 be introduced the first, second, and third time and passed in open council. To have a mover for that. Councillor Wilton, seconder on that. Councillor McDonald. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? So move. Go to adjournment. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Craddock, seconder on that. Councillor Wilton. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? Thank you. And have a lovely evening to you all. And thank you for those folks that stayed.